Supervisor Dean. Good morning, and welcome to the September 23rd San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting. At this time, we will take a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer, and remember former San Joaquin County Board of Supervisor Victor Mao, who served as the 3rd Supervisorial District Representative from 2001 to 2009. Thank you. Supervisor Gardia, can you do the Pledge of Allegiance?
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Supervisor Gardia,
Present.
Supervisor Dhaliwal,
Present.
Supervisor Ding,
Here.
Supervisor Rickman,
Here.
and Chair Canepa.
Here. Okay, at this time, we'll be moving on to recognitions and presentations.
Thank you, Chair. Our first recognition is the proclamation of September 2025 as First Responder Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County. And today we will be honoring all of our first responders here today, and thank you for coming on behalf of the board. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I'm going to invite each of our first responders who RSVP down to the well for a picture with our chair and the Board of Supervisors. And I'll also call all of our other first responders who may not have RSVP'd but may be here today, and would invite you to come down to the well as well. So the proclamation reads, whereas many residents across San Joaquin County have benefited from the courageous service of our first responders, and whereas law enforcement officers, firefighters, emergency medical services, and other organizations in the public safety sector provide our first line of defense every day, protecting our communities and ensuring our safety, regardless of the peril or hazard to themselves. And whereas lives are saved as a direct result of the extensive training, rapid emergency deployment, and coordinated efforts of our first responders. And whereas the residents of San Joaquin County rely on their dedication to preserving the peace and securing the safety and well-being of us all. And whereas in the face of the homeless crisis and increasing wildfire dangers throughout the state, our first responders tirelessly protect our community with courage and selfless concern for others as they carry out their duties. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of September 2025 as First Responder Appreciation Month in honor and to celebrate the contributions and sacrifices made by all first responders in San Joaquin County. Presented this 23rd day of September 2025. At this time, Chair, I'd like to invite each of our first responders in the audience down to the well, if you could stand in the middle. And we'll start with the American Medical Response. Next, we have the San Joaquin County EMS.
Wait till the end.
Hey, Karen, are they all come, everybody coming at once, or we're just doing it one group?
I'm going to ask everybody to come down at once for a group photo.
All right, well.
I just was told to stand right here.
To EMS proclamation.
Let it go, Mario.
And then we have South San Joaquin County Fire Authority. And we have the Montezuma Fire Protection District. We have the French Cap McKinley Fire District. Squeeze in behind the chair. Squeeze in or look in the picture. There you go. Everybody's gonna have to go behind the chair. Then we have the Lodi Police Department. We have the Stockton Police Department. We have the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Department. You guys got to fill in the well behind the chair. If you're in front of me, you won't be in the picture. Yeah. You guys got to go. And we have the San Joaquin County Probation Department. Now, those are all of the RSVPs that we have, but I'm also going to call all of our other first responders. And if you're here today, please come on down to the wells. So we also have the Manteca District Ambulance Service. If you're here today, please come on down. The Escalon Community Ambulance. We have the Farmington Rural Fire District. The Ripon Fire District. Cal Fire Tuolumne Calaveras Unit. Woodbridge Fire District. The Stockton Fire Department. The Collegeville Fire District. Cal Fire Castle Rock. Waterloo Murata Fire District. The Clements Rural Fire District. Escalon Consolidated Fire Protection District. Lathrop Manteca Fire District. Linden Peters Fire District. McCollum Fire District. Liberty Rural Fire District. Manteca Fire Department. The DLA Installation Management Fire. The Lodi Fire Department. The Thornton Fire District. The Manteca Police Department. The Lathrop Police Department. The Escalon Police Department. Yeah, the Tracy Police Department. The Ripon Police Department. And we have CHP representing both Stockton and Tracy area. And Chair, that's it. Sure. I'd like to also invite the district attorney down for the picture.
Comment section.
Okay, so we want to acknowledge the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Investigation Unit as well as a first responder.
Everyone smile, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. You look good, thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for all the first responders that came twice, because we were going to do it at the earlier part of the month and it didn't work out. So thank you for everybody coming back. We have 2 of our own first responders, retired first responders on our board. So give them a round. California Highway Patrolman retired Robert Rickman and Stockton Fire retired Mario Gardia. I just wanted to say thank you because there's so many people that are first responders, dispatch, and all the other folks that come with it, AMR, fire, police, dive teams, and it goes on and on and on. They selflessly put themselves first. And that's what's always amazing to me is that we take them for granted because we call them when we're most stressed out and we're most in need. So a lot of times we're not very appreciative when the time comes and for them to spring into action. So just as part of what we do as a board is to make sure that the San Joaquin County employees that are first responders are taken well care of, not only with the tools that they need and the contracts that they need to make them want to stay in San Joaquin County and work. So I want to thank all the folks that are San Joaquin County first responders for their hard work on behalf of our board. So at this time, I will open it up for Supervisor Gardia to say his comments.
Well, most of them already left, but as a proud retired Stockton firefighter, I'm happy to carry the torch with the San Joaquin County Supervisor in my position, and I'm very, very honored and blessed to know that one of our priorities as a Board of Supervisors is public safety, and we're committed to public safety, and just to be part of that, I'm very, very honored to be in this position. Thank you.
Vice Chair Dallo.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank all the first responders. Thank you so much for protecting our communities, and I'm a proud member of the board where my colleague has served Stockton Fire Department and my other colleague served CHP. So thanks to both of you as well.
Supervisor Ding.
Oh, what else needs to be said? Thank you for your service.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, thank you all for, what you do here for our county, but not just for our first responders, but their families too, when they leave for shift every day. And, you see what goes on in the news and, not knowing if they're going to make it home tonight. So it doesn't only have the effect on the first responder, but especially on the families, and especially their children. So thank you all very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Next up, please.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Next is a commendation of Don Vasquez and Hector Vasquez for their service in providing echo taps for funerals. This is a commendation that was requested by the 1st Supervisorial District Representative, Supervisor Gardia. I'd like to invite both Don Vasquez and Hector Vasquez to the podium, and I will read each commendation separately, starting first with Hector Vasquez. Whereas Hector Vasquez commenced his distinguished career at Dual Vocational Institute in 1985, bringing loyalty, respect, and devotion to his duties. And whereas just 1 year later, in 1986, he joined the Honor Guard, embracing the solemn responsibility of performing echo taps at memorials across the state. And whereas his dedication, professionalism, and unwavering presence have filled the silence with meaning, bringing comfort and honor to those he pays tribute to. And whereas together with Don Vasquez, he first performed in unison at DVI's 50th anniversary in 2003, and since then has contributed to over 100 memorial services, plus many more individually, offering final farewells to loved ones, colleagues, and even those he did not previously know. And whereas through his enduring service, Hector has helped bring peace and closure, honoring the fallen with dignity, respect, and silence, only broken by echo taps heard in tribute. And whereas Mr. Vasquez has maintained the highest standards of respect and decorum in every performance, ensuring that his presence honors both the fallen and their families. And whereas his contributions have helped preserve a tradition of honoring the departed who will continue to inspire. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby commend Hector Vasquez for his years of exemplary service, his dignity in carrying out the role of the Honor Guard, and for the compassion and honor with which he has served the memory of others. His contributions reflect great credit on himself and on Dual Vocational Institution. Presented this 23rd day of September 2025. And next I'd like to read the commendation of Don Vasquez, which states, whereas Don Vasquez began his dedicated service at Dual Vocation Institute in 1982, bringing with him a steadfast commitment that has spanned decades. And whereas in 1999, he joined the Honor Guard, performing echo taps with deep reverence and distinction at memorials throughout the state. And whereas his dedication, professionalism, and unwavering presence have filled the silence with meaning, bringing comfort and honor to those he pays tribute to. And whereas he first stood side by side with Hector Vasquez during DVI's 50th anniversary in 2003, and has since participated in over 100 services, individually offering solemn farewell to friends, colleagues, and strangers alike. And whereas others in the Honor Guard have been inspired by him and set a standard for those who follow in their footsteps. And whereas Mr. Vasquez has maintained the highest standards of respect and decorum in every performance, ensuring that his presence honors both the fallen and their families. And whereas his contributions have helped preserve a tradition of honoring the departed that will continue to inspire long after his voice has faded. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby commend Mr. Vasquez for his years of exemplary service, his dignity in carrying out the role of honor guard, and for the compassion and honor with which he has served the memory of others. His contributions reflect great credit on himself and on Dual Vocational Institution. Presented this 23rd day of September 2025. Chair Canepa and Supervisor Garcia.
Well, this is really, it's a family affair. The Vasquez family is been part of our community for many, many years, and I'm honored as a supervisor to recognize Hector and Don. I want to acknowledge the selfless service to many veterans, correctional officers, law enforcement personnel, and funerals throughout our county for decades. I know they will be playing at Echo Taps at our upcoming Gold Star Families Day ceremony this Sunday in French Camp. I am honored to recognize them. I would like to ask Linda Vasquez from the United Veterans Council of San Joaquin County to introduce them, please.
Good morning, Chair Canepa and supervisors. I'm very proud to stand before you with these two gentlemen who have devoted 30 years of their lives in offering playing taps for our fallen. They did it during their service at DVI and then again in retirement, and they do it voluntarily. And it's not just playing taps, it is the preparation that they go into. Sometimes they have weeks' notice if there's an event. Sometimes it's just mere days when someone has fallen and their services are needed. The emotional toll it takes on these men to perform this service for our fallen. It's more when they know the officer or their comrade. They've had 3 in the last month that they've had to perform this service. But it's a great comfort to the families. And our children have grown up listening to Hector practice. Sometimes Donnie comes over, they practice together. But it's a comfort to me that I know that they are there for these families. So I'm proud to present Hector Vasquez and Donnie Vasquez. And thank you, both of you, for giving them this recognition.
Thank you, sir. I'm good.
Oh, sure. Okay. Good morning. Yeah, for Hector and I, doing double taps as long as we have, it is always a great honor. And yes, it's a tough one when we do perform for someone we work with. But for all the veterans, law enforcement, playing live, it's worth it because it helps bring a little closure to the families. And myself, I'm honored to be able to do this. Thank you.
Perfect.
And a thank you to our wives who have to listen to us play taps 10 times every day for a week before we actually perform.
I just want to commend you. So greatness even grows in sorrow because you give people closure, and it's amazing that you've been doing it for so long. And thank you for your dedication to our county. So if we can come on up and take a picture.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we have the recognition of the San Joaquin County Economic Development Association Department. And I would like to invite Director Patty Vergen and the Economic Development Association staff to the podium as we read this recognition, which states, "This is presented to the Economic Development Association in recognition of your exceptional dedication to advancing the economic vitality of San Joaquin County. Through your unwavering support of local business, strategic efforts to attract new investment, and commitment to workforce development, you have played a vital role in fostering growth and opportunity throughout the region. As the county celebrates its 175th anniversary, your work stands as a testament to the enduring values of innovation, service, and collaboration. Your contributions continue to shape a resilient and prosperous future, building on the rich legacy of those who come before you. Congratulations and best wishes, presented this 23rd day of September 2025. Chair Canepa?
Thank you. Small but mighty, right, is the motto. So Aaron Edwards is on the board with me, and he says, "Hey, Paul, can we do it at the state of the county?" And I said, "Dude, they're giving me an hour. If I do one group, I'm going to be tarred and feathered by the rest of our departments." So I said, "We'll bring them to a board day and appreciate you guys." So thank you so much for what you do and how you do it. Promoting San Joaquin County is always something that I say that we need to do better. And I think you guys mirror that, doing it better, and how we collaborate with partnerships and get things done collaboratively in our community so that we can leverage all the folks to bring better businesses here and keep businesses here instead of losing them. So I think it's important that we all work together, and you guys do a great job of that. So I'll give you the floor because obviously Patty's not here. So
Yeah, is this one? Yeah. Yeah, Patty is not here. She's at a conference, so I'm pinch hitting for her, Nicole Snyder, Deputy Director. Yeah, you kind of took my words. I wrote some words down. Small but mighty was one of them on there. And oftentimes, I know you hear the work that we do at EDA, but we don't see the team that actually does it. It's not just me, not just Patty or the board. It is the team behind me. So I'd like to say a few words, and I wrote some things down for what they do, because I think it's important to recognize them. So behind me are most of the team. There's a few people that couldn't be here, but I'll talk about them as well. So I'll start with Jasmine. Jasmine, she's our analyst, and she's the newest member to our team, but has been really instrumental in our program management and reporting requirements. Francisco and Sangeeta, they are our business retention and expansion specialists. And so those are the folks that we call our boots on the ground. They're the ones that go out and talk to all the businesses in the field, rain or shine, every day. They're out there talking to our businesses and helping them thrive. Matt is behind me here. Matt is another analyst that manages the day-to-day operations of our ARPA programs. He's always ready to jump in and take a new project and support the team any way he can. Mary's our financial tech, ensures everything in accounting is on track, bills and budgets, and remarkable to note that she's been with the county for over 30 years. Those that aren't here, Aquante is our administrative backbone of the department. She's our voice, she's our face. She's holding down the fort at the office. And then one person that I have to mention is Winona. She is an essential part of our team. However, she is on maternity leave, so we wanted to make sure that she was recognized too. So especially grateful for the support of the EDA board and the efforts of the members, especially Aaron Edwards, who is here today, and Roxy Jewel Richardson in requesting this proclamation on behalf of the EDA board. So Aaron is here to say a few words on behalf of the EDA board.
Chairman, Vice Chair, Board of Supervisors, just want to say thank you. I'll keep my comments very brief. We're in the 175th anniversary of this glorious, great county that we live in. And I felt that it was needed to recognize the faces behind the everyday work that drives economic development and workforce development within this county. And so I thank you for taking your time, bugging you to get this on. Just so grateful, but these are the ones that deserve the applause and deserve the kudos. Not me, I just want to give them recognition. Thank you.
Next year, we have the proclamation of September 2025 as National Service Dog Month in San Joaquin County. This was requested by the 4th Supervisorial District Supervisor Ding. And I would like to invite Kurt Knopfsinger, and I believe his service dog Walrus may also be in attendance today, as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas in the United States, 70 million adults have a disability and only 16,000 service dogs from accredited training programs exist nationwide, and the need is growing. And whereas since its first placement 50 years ago in 1975, Canine Companions, a nonprofit organization, has enhanced the lives of people with disabilities by providing expertly trained service dogs and ongoing support to ensure quality partnership free of charge. And whereas Canine Companions and their service dogs empower people with disabilities to lead life with greater independence by providing best-in-class training, ongoing follow-up services, and a deeply committed community of support. And whereas National Service Dog Month aims to educate our community about the benefits of service dogs and the laws protecting their handlers. Whereas San Joaquin County, California continues to work towards becoming an inclusive community in which all citizens and their trained service dogs are embraced. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of September 2025 as National Service Dog Month in San Joaquin County and encourages all citizens to celebrate service dogs and be respectful of the rights to safe access in our community afforded to the adults, children, and veterans who lead more independent lives because of their assistance. Presented this 23rd day of September 2025. Chair Canepa and Supervisor Ding.
How you turn? Oh, is it on? Oh. Oops. So thank you, supervisors. I really appreciate this, and Supervisor Ding and your staff have always been awesome with this. Last year, you did it, and I didn't think I'd make it out of here alive after that one because of the comments about the women, but that's okay. You had to be here. Anyway, service dogs. So. Yeah, this is something that is near and dear to my heart. I was in public safety for a long time. I retired, and before I retired, I had to find something that I could do that would help somebody else. Because when we're public servants, we always want to help. So I found this program, Canine Companions, and through the Lions Project, Canine Companions, I started raising service dogs. And Walrus is my third dog, and so he actually, service dogs are amazing animals, and Canine Companions has been doing this since the 1970s. Matter of fact, this is their 50th year anniversary for Canine Companions. And so working with Canine Companions has been a pleasure for me. Service dogs that we train are there to help people with physical disabilities, veterans with PTSD, and hearing issues. So there's a broad range of things that these dogs can be trained to do through Canine Companions. When we talk about service dogs, we're talking about dogs that are actually trained. They're very highly trained. And for most organizations that do train service dogs, they don't just put any kind of dog out. It has to be perfect. It has to be one that the handler or the teammate that they get will not have to work hard with them. They're going to do what they're supposed to do when they're supposed to do it, and then they're going to have fun when they're supposed to have fun. One thing about Walrus is in what we know as the prison program. He actually is being trained at Stockton Prison. I broke him out yesterday. Wow, okay. Boy, I tell you, yeah, this is a tough crowd right here. Anyway, so he's going to be at the prison for 3 months being trained by one of the prisoners, a handler. Canine Companion's been doing that for years. They have about 13 dogs at Stockton Prison right now. They do it in prisons throughout the whole United States. They're some of the most highly trained dogs that actually have the highest pass ratio of dogs that get teamed up with somebody who needs them. So it's a great program. I recommend anybody who's interested or has somebody who has an issue with maybe a physical disability or somebody who has a hearing issue or maybe a veteran with PTSD, please go online to Canine Companions and apply. Get on that list. Because it's a long list, and it's one that is worth waiting on. Because once that person gets one of these fine animals, they got a friend for life. So, having said that, I really want to thank you there, Supervisor Dang, again this year.
Thank you, Kurt. You're good looking and all, but we really want to see.
Yeah, I know. I know. He's not as active as Winslow was last year. Come on, Walters, come on.
She keeps turning it off. I just wanted to say, being a restaurant owner, you know how many dogs show up with, vests with their little Amazon tag still hanging off? It said, this is special. And I get a little offended when people, storm through the door and say, this is a service dog. I'd much appreciate it if you just say, hey, I've got this dog, it helps me, comfort me. Do you have a little spot? I'll take care of you. But when they do that, they get thrown out. So anyway, how old is Walrus?
Walrus is about 6 months old.
Wow, cute. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Appreciate it. I'm sorry my hand's all wet. Come on, ready to get a picture? We even took your gentle leader off.
You need to have some Who Let the Dogs Out walk-up music when you come up.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we have the presentation by the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office on their functions, programs, highlights, and 175 years of excellence in San Joaquin County. Mr. Freitas.
Good morning, Chairman Canepa, Vice Chairman Dollywall, Administrator Regalo. Thank you for having us here today. And this truly is an honor for us to be here to talk about 175 years. See, your anniversary coincides with our anniversary because we were created by the same document. We're a constitutional office like the sheriff and the treasurer tax collector that created the county. So we also are celebrating our 175 years. We have a PowerPoint that we're very eager to show you, and there it is, just like magic. So state constitution created us 175 years ago when the counties were first recognized, when the state was first created, and we were created as the chief law enforcement officer of the county. That we weren't actual police officers, but we were coordinating with our law enforcement efforts in the county. So with nothing more to say, how about we begin with our 175 years in 5 minutes or less. We'll begin. I play to my audience. Thank you, Supervisor. So we do have our first district attorney. My crack research staff was able to locate him, Thomas Broadhead Van Buren, a third cousin twice removed from President Van Buren, and he was the district attorney for approximately 9 months. He then returned to the East Coast, where he was from, fought in the Civil War. He fought on the Union side. He was anti-slavery, and later retired to become a consulate to Japan, and never returned to San Joaquin County again. But he did not practice in the courthouse because we did not have a courthouse in 1850 when we started. Court was held in hotels, it was held in saloons, and it was eventually held in the French ship, the Suzanne, which also contained the jail. So that was our very first courthouse, a boat in the Delta. Moving on, in 1853, the county built its first courthouse. This was shared by the county and by the state, and it contained the district attorney's office. Its location, where we are today, 222 East Weber. So, and that's existed for about 35 years until the second courthouse was demolished. The first courthouse was demolished, and the second courthouse was erected, and groundbreaking was in 1890. So, doing the math, you saw that there was a short overlap. So, where were we at that time? That's right, we returned to saloons, hotels, and we did not return to a boat. The second courthouse was erected at 222 East Weber. We kind of lose track as to the district attorneys in that time, but our countdown begins in 1926 with the Honorable Gardera, the 31st district attorney. Following that was the 32nd district attorney from 35 to 39, the Honorable Forsyth Charles Crowdsley. 1940 to 43, also serving one term, was the Honorable Raymond Indune. And serving about 10 years was the Honorable Chester Watson. In the 1953 office, that consisted of 7 individuals, a couple of attorneys, an investigator, and I believe 1 clerical. So if you're doing the math up to this point, you realize that in our first 100 years, we had 34 district attorneys, and then being the 42nd district attorney, in our last 75 years, we had only 8. So, and the historians tell me that honestly, in the beginning, nobody wanted the job. So there was very high turnover. You were forced to do it for a period of about a year or something else, and then it may have came back to you on that. But now we see that people do have the job for a longer period of time. In 1947, a World War II veteran, Malcolm Graham, was hired as the first district attorney investigator. He was later appointed chief because we had 3 more investigators in 1962, and in 1977, they were recognized as official police officers. 1954, serving a 4-year term, was Bradford M. Crittenden, the Honorable District Attorney of San Joaquin County, who went on to become the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. Just in time, Supervisor Rickman. And also was a regional advisor for the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. The 36th District Attorney was the Honorable Lawrence Stravon Sr. He was the District Attorney for about 10 years and then became a judge, and the law school in our county is named after him. His legacy is so great that 3 of his children went on to practice in San Joaquin County, one of whom is still practicing, his son David, and 4 of his grandchildren are still practicing law in San Joaquin County, one of whom is supervising Deputy District Attorney Todd Turner. He's still with the office to this day. So we're very proud of him and his accomplishments. In 1961, again, we have a new courthouse and county administration building. It is the building that we are in now, located at, that's right, 222 East Weber. To build this, the old building was demolished in 1957, and for 4 years, we were back in, that's right, the Stockton Hotel. No, we weren't in bar rooms, but we were also in businesses. So now we have our 3rd courthouse built in the same location, and we've now moved on to our 37th district attorney, Joseph Baker. Joseph Baker, this is the first office photograph that we were able to locate of the entire district attorney's office. He was known for his love of cigars, as you see in the photograph. Also, his love of investigators and clerical, and his dislike of his attorneys. So in this photograph, none of his attorneys are in this picture. He did take a picture with his investigators. His attorneys are in the next photograph that was taken. This is District Attorney's Office circa 1992. And in the front, we might recognize that individual. We call her Justice Connie Callahan of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Also in the photograph are 3 judges in the back row, and in the middle, the Honorable Bernard Garber, Honorable James Handerstone, and the Honorable Terrence Van Oss. If you see the individual in this just a little right of center in the middle of the photograph with the sunglasses, that's John Phillips, who later becomes elected district attorney. Next to him is Dick Eichenberger. And if you go between them, in the 2 rows behind him is Jim, if we go back. Go back to that is Jim Willett. So you have 3 district attorneys, 3 future elected district attorneys of the office that are in there. We have other individuals still practicing in the area. Steve Taylor is in there, Mirko Kuzina, who's still Paul Balistracci, a great group. In the front row to the left, with the white blouse and the sweater, is Diane Beatrice, and that leads us into our next slide. Our first victim witness advocate, which was created in 1980, now run by our director, Gabriella Wargi, and I'm proud to tell you, provided services to over 20,000 victims last year, which was a record for the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office. Moving on, after the retirement of Joseph Baker, we had Dick Eichenberger, who was involved with UOP Athletics, served 1 term creating the first child abuse sexual assault team. We see in the 80s that because of grants from the states that there was more opportunities now for vertical prosecutions where a prosecutor would take a case from start to finish. This was already commonly done in the homicide division, but in the 50s, it wasn't unusual for everybody to do everything since there were only 4 to 6 attorneys in the office. But now we see offices growing, there's specialization, and the child abuse sexual assault team was led by Connie Callahan, also had Paul Balistracci, Millie Rudd, later Giuliani, and Jim Willett. In the next term, John Phillips took office, winning the election against Dick Eichenberger, and served for 19 years. And according to our records, that's the longest tenure of any of our elected district attorneys in San Joaquin County. John established court branches in Lodi, Manteca, and Tracy, our circuit courts, created the Environmental Protection Unit and the gang unit. Also in 1994, implemented the officer-involved protocol, which is very unique to San Joaquin County at the time, in that district attorney investigators, the Department of Justice, coroner's office, all work hand in hand whenever one of our agencies has an officer-involved shooting, so that we have transparency in the investigation, resulting in a memo and the clearing rate. So John Phillips, our 39th district attorney. John also was the first. Since the logo up until that point was the Scales of Justice, he asked that a new logo be drawn, and in 1995, this was unveiled as our logo that you see, Lady Justice, the county, the state of California, and our motto, Justitia Omnibus. In 2000, the Youth Leadership Academy was created, providing activities for high school students. Approximately 40 to 60 high school students participate in an exposure to the district attorney's office, the court system, and law enforcement. And in those 25 years of the Youth Leadership Academy, over 1,000 graduates. Some have come back, and many have worked in San Joaquin County with the great work. Our 40th district attorney is James Willett. James started in the office in 1979. His father worked in the office in the 50s. So after a long history, Jim became elected following John Phillips's retirement and was a district attorney for about 11 years. His passion was family crime, so he saw that the first family crimes unit, where child abuse, sexual assault, domestic violence, and elder abuse were all overseen by the same department, by the same supervisor, and the same individual. Therefore, sharing knowledge and working to prevent violence in our homes and protecting our vulnerable victims. And also doing that, he created the Family Justice Center, as we see in our next photograph. We have a photograph of the District Attorney's Office from 2013. In this photograph, you may see ADA Rick Price up in the back pillar and some guy with a pretty loud striped tie over here on the far right end. So also in this photograph, interesting enough, is an individual who was in the 1982 photograph, John Calabrese. So John is with the District Attorney's Office, and him and Jim are, I believe, and Steve Taylor are the only three carryovers from the 1982 photograph. 2014, the Family Justice Center was created, and since taking office, we are proud to say that last year they provided a record number of service to victims. Over 3,000 victims were given services, and we now have a record number of partners as a hub organization with 30 different partners. And this is my sales pitch, that if an individual needs something to do, we would love to have them be part of our board, join our president, Chief of Staff Edith Villapudua, and the other members of the board that do God's work every single day fighting for our victims. 2017 created a change. This is the third courthouse in the county, and we were not invited to it to be in it. So we were left behind, and but you also see in the bottom of the photograph, Lady Justice from our second courthouse did make the trip, even though we were not able to. And here we have our 39th and our 42nd district attorney. I'm being sworn in by John Phillips. This is an important part of the oath. Every single district attorney, and upon taking this oath, I was told by John Phillips one thing, and that is to do the right thing. And I'm very proud to say that every single district attorney has been told that exact same phrase, and we use that today, that it is the district attorney's job to do the right thing. Also, since this day that this picture was taken, a murder trial has taken place every single day in San Joaquin County, which also speaks to the volume of work that we do, now filing over 13,000 cases a year. And also, there has been a murder in juvenile hall, housed in juvenile hall every single day since this photograph was taken, which was about, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago or something. That was a joke. We're very proud of our accomplishments with the District Attorney's Office that since taking office. We're proud that we have over 175 hires in slightly over the 2.5 years since taking office. We've raised community safety. We've also raised office morale. We've raised our charging rate from the state low 53% to now well into the 70s. We raised the number of trials and contested hearings that we do every single year. We've decreased fentanyl deaths with campaigns such as the One Pill Can Kill bus that we see up on the screen. We've raised fentanyl-related overdose deaths 25% last year. We also did this by being one of the first in the state to have race-blind charging, making sure that cases are charged because of evidence, not because of ethnicity. We've given over $500,000 to youth programs. We also have achieved the largest environmental protection award in the state's history, almost $49 million. And this can't be done without the great team and the great staff that we have with the District Attorney's Office. Also, we're very proud of our enforcement component. Here we have our district attorney investigators, and led by Chief Bill Hutto and Assistant Chief Brian Fry. We, in the last 2.5 years, rejoined many different multi-agency task force, including the Metro Narcotics, the Delta Rat Auto Theft Task Force, the AB 109, the Rural Crimes Task Force, the Impact Fraud Prosecutions. We also, in the last 2.5 years, have created 4 new task forces, including our Animal Cruelty Coalition, our Cold Case Task Force with the Sheriff's Office, our Assault Human Trafficking Task Force, which just celebrated its 1-year anniversary, and our High Tech Task Force. So we're very proud of all the law enforcement efforts that we are working with together I'm also proud to say that we're within 5 positions of almost being completely staffed with district attorneys, investigators, having over 40% vacancy at the time of taking office. So what does the future hold? We have a new building coming. The parking structure has solar. The Family Justice Center and Assault Task Force have moved into the Chase building. The South County office, which will be the first full-service district attorney's office, providing not only attorneys, but investigators, Family Justice Center, victim witness advocates, will be located in South County with a ribbon cutting, hopefully before the end of this year. Our Safe Bar program, which will make our patrons more safer and prevent tampering, and we're also lobbying very hard to reopen the Tracy Courthouse. So we're very proud of our 175 years of service. If you look closely in this photograph, John Calabrese is in this photograph for a third one. So he's the only one that have made all 3 photographs in this. But we're are very grateful for our partnerships that we do this. Our law enforcement partners in the county, we cannot do this. I have 2 of the best, which is Sheriff Pat Withrow and Chief Probation Officer Steve Jackson, my private, public, and faith-based partners. Every single day, my office is fighting for justice. We're fighting for our victims, and we're doing the right thing. Also, we want to thank you, Board of Supervisors. We cannot do this without you. Your faith in us makes this happen. We're very excited about doing this, and we look forward to doing it for 175 years more. I'd be neglectful if I didn't recognize the individuals that created this presentation. So I'd like to thank my public information officers and my IT staff, Rosie Calderon, Aaron Haight, and Tracy Newhouse for make this happen. My assistants, Lisa Madrigal and Melissa Fogg, and my ADA, Rick Price, who make sure that all this gets done. But we are very honored to be part of the 175-year anniversary, whether we are the largest law office in the county that has created the most judges or provided the most victim services, but more importantly, that we are the representative of the people of San Joaquin County and the state of California, that we represent every single individual through diversity and making sure that our community is safe so that greatness can grow here. So with that, I ran a little bit past 5 minutes, but thank you very much for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just would like to say one thing.
Yes, sir.
And I won't take a canop of 5 minutes, So Gina Calder and I have been working behind the scenes diligently, understanding the history of what happens when you don't have a courthouse. So if 6 South El Dorado gets delayed anymore and you have to return to the restaurants and saloons, Gina and I have a plan for you.
Well, and thank you, Supervisor. That is true. I guess we will have to do that. Also, it'll be the first time in our 175-year history that our address will not be 222 East El Dorado. So we're going to have to order new business cards for the first time in 175 years. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board in person. There is a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There is a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. First up, we have Nate Knott and Molly Watkins on deck, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, all the attendees today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to respond to a letter back on August 14th that became public from the city manager of Lathrop, Stephen Salvatore, regarding RTD service. The city manager uses obsolete, old, and worst-case data to paint a worst-case transit catastrophe scenario, which I should mention I'm Nate Knott from Stockton, and that I'm also speaking as a private citizen, not representing any of the CBOs that I'm involved with. Anyway, I am a former director of planning for San Joaquin RT, but retired from that, so I am speaking independently, but I also took great offense to the letter as someone who worked within the district and knows how the operations are and what they cost. He quotes service data for service routes that were just restored after COVID and that many had not operated for 2 years, and he took the very first months of data available. Transit service is fairly complicated and hard to know about, and you don't just turn it on like a water spigot, and you can't just market it like a bar of soap. So when you restore service that's been gone for a couple of years, it's not going to have great data right away. He also stated that, and now many of the data, some of the data that he talked about is now 4 times better 2 or 3 years later than the data he used. He states that RTD should not operate intra-city services in county, cities, and communities. Well, let me say this. If you're going to operate buses between cities, between Stockton and Tracy and Lodi, and between Tracy and Manteca and so forth, you don't just operate the bus between the rural areas and then stop at the city limits and expect people to hitchhike in or Uber or taxi their way into the city center. You operate into that city within that city. He states that there's no real contract for RTD to operate its county services. Well, San Joaquin RTD used to be the Stockton Metropolitan Transit District. It became the San Joaquin Regional Transit District in 1993 for the very purpose of operating services throughout the county with fixed routes. So I just want to mention that the last thing I'll mention, he says that RTD should be able to operate all these services without LTF funding. Well, LTF funding is a state program from the Transit Development Act specifically for transit. I'll quote from the act. Public transit is a primary use of LTS for funding for public transit planning and operations. RTD now carries 3 million people, has 86% of the riders in San Joaquin County, and RTD's cost per passenger data is much, much better than those of the independent city operations, and I'm not trying to put them down at all when I say that. I'm just giving you a comparison. Last thing I'll mention is the county's operated its own services. They used to run the bus to the county hospital. They were thrilled to turn that over to RTD in 1965, and they ran a bus called the SCAT, South County Area Transit, in the 1990s, and they were thrilled to get rid of that and turn over the county service RTD. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly Watkins and Jody Graham on deck, please.
Good morning. I would like to request one thing before I give my comments here. It's been very insightful to listen to the departments come and give their history, and I would hope that you would take the verbal part and put it together somewhere where students and citizens could listen, because it would spark you interest to go look in a book and learn more. But hearing it and it's the insightful things that are given by the presenters makes it delightful to listen to, and even if you don't want to look anymore, you'll learn something about our county. Each of these departments have done a very nice job, and I think we should capitalize on that. So I hope you will be able to do something with that. In regards to elections, of course, that's why I come. Prop 50 is coming for this silly election, but we have to do it. So if we're going to do it, let's make the most of the pennies that we have to spend. And I'm thinking you have $4 million. That is a ridiculous amount of money to spend. So there's some things that we can do, you as politicians and we as citizens together, to reduce the cost of this election. And that is to vote in person. When you vote in person, you cast your ballot right there on the spot, and we get to count it that night. So we don't have to have a lot of staff to count other days. When you vote in person, we don't have to verify your signature, because the polling pad, they click on that, we're done. So you get your ballot, you fill it out, run it through the tabulator, okay? So there's no checking signatures, there's no chasing people down for signatures, and then you don't have to cure ballots, because they were done that day, they ran through the machine, and we have a count. So that means less staff, that means less dollars, and less time, and less fraud probably, because people show up to jump, we know they are alive, and they're not just some fictitious dog that registered, as Orange County has. So can we work on a campaign to get people to just show up on November 4th and vote, and then we're done? Really easy. Thank you.
Jody Graham.
Good morning. While attending a legislative hearing in Sacramento on voter ID, the overwhelming majority of the presentations stated that voting fraud is very rare and almost non-existent. So you can imagine my surprise when I first see that a dog has been voting, and here's new reports regarding fraudulent voting. A Canadian citizen has been indicted in North Carolina on charges of illegally registering and casting ballots in elections for 20 years. Dennis Bouchard has come to America as a child but never obtained U.S. citizenship. Every single time a non-citizen casts an illegal vote in North Carolina, it steals and nullifies the vote of an actual citizen, U.S. Attorney Ellis Boyle said. Other recent examples of non-citizen, foreign-born nationals fraudulently voting. Ukrainian nationals, mother and daughter duo, voted in the 2024 presidential election in Florida, were indicted and charged with voter fraud. A Colombian national who lived in Boston under a false identity for 20 years applied and received a Massachusetts real ID and 8 other state IDs. She voted in the 2024 presidential election, was indicted and charged with voter fraud, amongst other crimes. A Chinese national student in Michigan voted in the 2024 presidential election. He was only caught because he called the local clerk's office and wanted his ballot back. He has since fled the country. From the Western Journal, it can be hard to quantify just how many foreign nationals have participated in past U.S. elections. Since assuming his position in July 2025, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services Director Joe Edlow has streamlined resources for elected leaders to better identify and remove non-citizens from their state voter rolls. SAVE, Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements database, is free of charge to every state to protect election integrity. State officials cracking down on voter fraud have said access to the database has turbocharged their efforts. If our county is not looking for fraud utilizing all available tools at our disposal, we will not find it. The voter rolls indicate the voter's country of birth. Each of these foreign-born should be checked with the SAVE database to verify citizenship. With an election coming up quickly, has our ROV been utilizing this new tool, SAVE, to remove non-citizens from our voter rolls? If not, why not? Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Collinelli, please, and then Jessica Valdez is on deck. Cardinale, sorry.
That's okay.
I didn't enunciate. I apologize.
I have bad handwriting too. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. I'm here today in a good faith effort to partner with our board to identify an incident report of an emergency situation that is creating health hazards across the COVID response recovery timeline. Question 1, does Dr. Maggie Park, as the ESF-8, have the right to order a lethal countermeasure? No, as the ESF-8, the Public Health Officer Authority is constrained to adhere to operate within criminal codes. Does the former health director, Greg Dietrich, have the right to place an mRNA LNP UA product as an operational immunization and allowing it to have an acceptable death rate? No, that is an unlawful bad faith action to create an extrajudicial execution program as part of a normal vaccine immunization program. And finally, does any aspect of the San Joaquin County emergency COVID response allow for health hazards to be created? No, the use of safety control documents of work is to be administered to prevent worst outcomes and harms. San Joaquin County COVID response countermeasure mRNA LNP injectables are an abject mission failure to protect life, health, and safety of all age and data groups. Individual stakeholders are in imminent grave danger to life-altering serious health hazards created by the COVID mission response capability. the delivery of an EUA product. Today, I'm notifying you of an emergency situation to actively carry out the state of California scopes of work that have permanently injured people, leading to their untimely death. These avoidable losses are being caused because of administrative malpractice and injurious mRNLP injectables. Categorically, these actions could be considered acts of domestic terrorism, as multiple state and criminal code violations have been carried out upon us as the victims. The Pfizer papers were just revealed in Parliament in Europe, and it exposed that the purposeful injury to the reproductive systems has been confirmed. Also, on September 19th, the public health system, as part of their work group, Safety Uncertainty of COVID mRNA Vaccines, demonstrated that your injectable you are using has 4 pathways and is creating a health hazard. I am asking to partner with you and the Office of Emergency Services to create an emergency meeting to address these 4 known health hazards. They lead to DNA permit damage, they're causing toxic proteins, and they also noted that it sheds onto other people, which brings us into the Bioweapon Violation Act. I really believe you guys have the capacity inside of you to take the actions to protect your citizens from these unlawful and unjust health hazards that are being created. And I look forward to partnering with you in the future to use the proper channels to stop this.
Thank you. Jessica Velez.
Well, you got it right the second time, thanks. Good morning, gentlemen. Jessica Velez with Red Rabbit Advocacy. I didn't intend on saying anything, but I just wanted to inform all of you, Red Rabbit has opened a resource center on Charter Way, formerly Charter Way, MLK Boulevard. This center will be providing access for our homeless community to be able to come in and have a location to actually sign up for services in an area that's been neglected historically. This center will service the homeless community in the morning, and then in the afternoon, we will be opening the doors to the teenagers and the youth in the community. The goal of this location is to create a hub for all the CBOs and nonprofits to be able to come to the facility and actually interact with the people on the south side of Stockton and be able to deliver those services which have not been able to reach this community in the past. We are struggling to get all the nooks and crannies fixed and get everything up and running to be as successful as possible. But in the past couple of weeks that we've been there daily, we've already engaged 3 of the most chronic homeless people on MLK Boulevard, have been beginning to build trust. One of them was a former nursing student who has obvious mental health issues now, but has already approached and come in and been put into the homeless management information system. And we're working to try to get him back on that path back into his career choice of nursing. I just hope that I invite each of you. I know I have a time set with Supervisor Gardia because it is in his district, to come and check the place out. And Chair Canepa, you have come to see it as well when we first got it. Thank you. But it's going to be a beautiful place. The name of it is Jacob Mendez Resource Center. And Jacob Mendez was a client of mine who was foster youth impacted by the age of 7. He then was justice impacted and incarcerated from the age of 16 to 22 for a double homicide that he did not commit. And then after that, he ended up being released, got addicted to fentanyl, and overdosed at the age of 24. So all 3 of those touch points for the youth in that community are their realities in their life. So I hope for the continued support from the Board of Supervisors in the county to make this place be a hub of hope and prosperity for the Southside community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Elena Magajas. Did I get it?
Yes, you did.
Ooh, thank you. You have the floor.
Good morning, Chairperson Paul Canepa, Vice Chair, and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Elena Mangas. I am a retired employee of San Joaquin County. 33 years, 3-3. It's almost like 1/3 of the 175 years or 1/4. Anyway, I'm back here to honor your desire to set aside money for Rotary program. Where I came from was employment and training program, which was the body of San Joaquin County that was giving jobs to young people for many, many years. I'd say 20 years, it was my unit. So I'm coming back with a vengeance because now I'm with the Rotary Club and I'm bringing to you the news, the history that where you sit, generations of Board of Supervisors have given approval to youth development program. And now the light has come in. The RILA program of the Rotary Clubs of Stockton is ready for your signature. And I thank you for considering the big amount to support Rotary Youth Leadership Academy, which is going to be, congratulations, a continuation of your support as the San Joaquin County elected officials for youth development programs, carrying the torch, Supervisor Gardea. So that's what I'm here for. Thank you so much. The RILA program is represented here by many members of the Rotary Club of Stockton. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Roosh. Dr. Brian. There's two names on here.
Supervisors, staff, it gives me great pleasure to talk about the RILA program briefly and acknowledge the fact that you're being so generous relative to the program. A number of you have graduated from Stockton High Schools. We're aware of that, but this is the best of the best juniors. They're already existing leaders that participate in this program. They are isolated. They come from all the valley, but specifically San Joaquin County, we have a huge number. They are given an incredible amount of activities to do, but this is not about play. They end up working with one another. They're the best leaders of each of, say, 75 Valley high schools. And they're going to be the new, doctors, attorneys, educators, politicians. These are our leaders of the future, and that's why this is such an important program. And it's just about 1%. There's about one student per 1,550 students that we accept into the program. So it is the cream of the crop, and we do appreciate it, and they will be making a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was added onto that list, and I'll be brief. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Rotary's RILA, Rotary Youth Leadership Award Camp. My name is Brian Kanagawa, and I'm the chairman of the RILA Oversight Committee. John, who just spoke, and his wife Sherry are responsible for the programming and running of the camp. I got involved around 1999 as a committee member. Declining Rotary membership has strained our resources, not as many people to pay money dues towards the camp. And so we have been looking for other sources. I would like to add that these youth are all leaders of their respective schools. They are used to leading their school. What we offer is learning to be a leader among leaders. You don't always get your way, but sometimes need to compromise. We also let the youth run the camp with minimal interference by counselors. These two qualities of the camp have been mentioned numerous times by participants in the last 25 years that I've been involved with the camp, and they make our camp unique. Thank you for your consideration and your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Or let it go.
So I wasn't going to speak, but here I am. One, I just wanted to thank all the Rotary attendees here who are out supporting RILA. This isn't just for Stockton, this is all of San Joaquin County, and it covers, RILA actually, as a whole, covers from Galt all the way down to the base of Yosemite. You're getting students from Mountain House all the way up to Calaveras County. So all those students. However, this is covering San Joaquin County, and it's actually providing an opportunity for these students who are already leaders in our community, and it's just giving them that extra step up to get involved with like-minded leaders just like them and giving them opportunities. So I just wanted to say thank you to the administration for recommending this to you guys, and I hope we do get your support. You know, who knows, in 20 years from now, those could be some RILA leaders sitting on the dais, just like I know some of you guys attended high schools here in San Joaquin County. But I just want to say thank you for the consideration and for your support for RILA. And also wanted to recognize Chairman Canepa for his willingness to actually use some discretionary funds prior for RILA. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane Vigil.
Thank you. So nice to be here today. I'm here representing the Stockton Symphony. The Stockton Symphony is getting ready to celebrate its centennial celebration in 2026. We are the third longest continually running orchestra west of the Mississippi. And it's exciting that we have this in our community. And I just want to thank you for your consideration in supporting the Stockton Symphony. And hey, you need to come. It's beautiful music. And next month is our Spooktacular, where you can dress in costume, parade across the stage, and everybody just has a great time with some good music. So thank you so much for your consideration today. Thank you.
Justin and Ashley Guest. Are you wanting to speak independently, or are you going to use 3 minutes to get collaboratively?
We can collaborate.
All right.
That's fine.
You have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Justin. This is Ashley. We are co-directors at the Center. The Center is on 1508 South Sutter Street, serving South Stockton. It's a community center down there. Center's actually been there since the mid-1960s, but many haven't heard of it. My wife and I arrived about 3 years ago and became co-directors 2 years ago. When we took over, it was an after-school program. And now we have expanded quite a bit. We are offering therapy services. I am a licensed clinician working with 180 Lodi as well. And we are offering mentorship, therapy through our after-school program.
Food distributions and other community services. So it's right in the heart of the need, right in the center area. And so people come walking there and seek out services. So
the first Friday of every month, we partner with Mobile Food Market, Farmers Market, and do fresh fruit and veggies. The second Saturday of every month, we do with Bread of Life, huge food giveaway. We also use that opportunity to partner with other organizations in the community. We've had
Health Force Partners,
RTD,
but we were
Child Abuse Prevention Council,
Yeah, we were recommended for a grant, and we just appreciate any help that you all can provide as we, with our team, seek to really serve and
expand our services. So we're looking at expanding into teen services. So we have an after-school program, but it's mostly geared towards younger kids. So our teens feel a little bit left out. A lot of them are just volunteering, which is great, but we'd love to have more geared services towards them as well. And we're looking at, in the future, expanding into recovery services. And we just got a person with their doctorate in nursing, and they're looking into expanding into health services as well. So just looking to make the biggest impact we can in South Stockton. We'd love to have you all come and check it out sometime. So thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. This time, anybody else from the public that didn't fill out a card wishing to speak publicly?
Good morning, Katie Campora with Random Acts of Kindness Society, the Unicorn Society. We also had put in a funding request
for a trailer and transit van for our drink cart, Willie Special Sips. Our organization represents members across San Joaquin County, young girls that have special needs, and we've paired them up with typical mentors to build a really wonderful program, and this is our next chapter. We'd like to ask for your reconsideration of our request for funding, a trailer and transit van for transporting our drink cart, which currently we are borrowing and renting trailers. Our micro business, Willie Special Sips, is more than a drink cart serving up hundreds of drinks at community events. It is an innovative job training and employment program that pairs girls with special needs alongside typical mentors, giving them meaningful work experience, confidence, and community connections. We understand concerns, of course, about limited funding, but this project is not just about serving up Italian sodas. It's about investing in inclusion and preparing young people of all abilities for the workforce. With your support, we will continue to employ local youth from across the county, provide mentorship, and showcase San Joaquin County as a leader in inclusive opportunities. We respectfully ask that you view this not just as a small business request, but as a community impact program that's changing lives. Thank you so much for your time and reconsideration.
Thank you. Katie Campora? Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Canepa, Board of Supervisors. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County and an American. The upcoming special election on November 4th in California is an undisguised effort to remove the governmental voice and representation of 40% plus of California citizens through an illegal and unconstitutional mid-decade gerrymandering of congressional districts ahead of the 2026 midterms. The argument in favor, essentially a yes vote, states the Election Rigging Response Act would level the playing field, commit to fair redistricting, give voters the power, and be fair and proportional. The argument in opposition, essentially a no vote, states a fraudulent, deceptive, and unconstitutional ballot measure would end fair and honest elections in California, end independent maps, allow politicians to seize power from citizens, permit corrupt backdoor deals, silence voters, eliminate the people's voice or input, waste taxpayer money, approximately $200 million on a costly special election, divide communities, eliminate fair, competitive districts, and set a dangerous precedent. California is broke, in debt, has no money. The borrower is slave to the lender. For example, Prop 36, Californians overwhelmingly voted to fund the Stop the Crime measure, and the governor and California legislators have decided to ignore and silence we the people of California and not fund that measure. And what happened to our California Independent Citizens Redistricting Committee? These people, the governor, power-hungry politicians, and California legislators are behaving like tyrants and are the true threat to our democracy. Two wrongs do not make a right. Now, I ask you to take a look at our California state flag right there. What does it say? It says California Republic. As Benjamin Franklin famously pointed out, we will quickly lose our republic if we do nothing active to keep it. Proverbs 14:34, righteousness exalts a nation. Thank you for your time. God bless you all and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. At this time, that's all the public comments unless anybody else was wanting to speak. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to consent items. Board members, if there is any consent item they would like to pull for discussion. Supervisor Gardia? None? Supervisor Dollywall? Supervisor Ding?
Yes, please. 10, 11, 14.
10, 11, 14. And Supervisor Rickman? And I just have number 12. Okay, so
10 through 14.
10 through 14 it is. I just wanted to commend HR for getting us a contract with the probation department. I always talk about it, having happy employees that can come to work and work with our HR department to get successful deals done is important to us as a board for the work that they do in the community. So I thought we would give you a chance to talk about the success.
Good morning, Chair Canepa, members of the board, CAO Regalo, and Council Kiernan. We would like to thank the board for their support for this agreement. Our Probation Officers Association has reached this tentative agreement and final successor MOU through the hard work of the bargaining team on both the county side and the association side. I do believe that this agreement, which includes base wage increases to include cost of living increases, some equity increases to ensure that we're competitive in the market, as well as some longevity increases to recognize our tenured staff who are staying with the county, continuing to contribute to the mission. I do want to recognize our Chief Probation Officer, Steve Jackson, for really creating a great team in the probation department. I think their entire team has really worked hard to provide great services to this community, and along with SJ Cares, that we know is such an important program to the community. So we do thank you for your support. We do see this as a great win for everybody involved, and we're excited to see how the probation officers kind of continue to grow over this term of this contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board comments?
You know, a priority is definitely retention and recruitment, and you know, MOUs are important. We're competing against other counties and other organizations over the hill, you know, and coming from labor, it's a huge service to our community that we take care of our own, and that our employees are happy here and are going to work hard. So I appreciate everything that HR has done, and I appreciate the association to compromise and come up with a good deal on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody from the public willing to speak? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank
you for getting the deal done, and appreciate representing our employees
Thank you.
and the probation department. Okay, moving on, number 10, approval of a lease agreement between San Joaquin County and the City of Lodi for reimagined housing on Main Housing Project located at 22 and 22.5 South Main Street, Lodi, California, with a 10-year term from October 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2035, at a first-year lease cost of $36,000. Supervisor Ding, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. And actually, I'm packaging up all three of those, because what I really want to talk about here, and there's a lot of moving parts. The state has dumped, you know, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, and supposedly, you know, to solve the homeless problem. Just an absolute waste of money. I think what San Joaquin County has done, quite frankly, is going to be a roadmap for the entire nation on what's going on, and it gets so confusing between alternative destinations, access center, Medi-Cal clinics that could service the entire community, and have it all the way to our renowned Be Well campus, which is getting, you know, rave reviews from all over the state. But I've got to bring it all back to Lodi, because it's been very controversial, and, you know, it's changed hands over and over. But it really is a diamond if it's done right, and I want you to explain exactly what we're doing here now.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors, County Council, Madam CAO, Genevieve Valentine, Healthcare Services Director. So I will do my best to actually put together the picture of what Healthcare Services is trying to do specifically at the Lodi Access Center in partnership with the city. So the Lodi Access Center was funded originally by ARPA funds by our county, and a significant movement with our ARPA funds to actually get the Access Center built in Lodi. In the last, I'm going to say 18 months, the city of Lodi Behavioral Health and the SJ Health Clinics have been working alongside each other to actually do a collaborative partnership within the Access Center once it opens. This will first include a SJ Health Center clinic within the Access Center, where we will start with 20 hours of health services. This will be a collective of medical support services, wound care, services for the whole community at large, not just those that are residing at the Access Center itself. The second component of that, which is part of the lease agreement today, which is the behavioral health piece of it, is being able to have 8 specific beds tailored to the those that are suffering from behavioral health symptomology, where SJ Cares can actually move individuals directly there into those dedicated beds, or behavioral health specifically. There's also 4 beds specifically at the Access Center, which are mental health respite beds. Those beds will be specifically for post CSU services, so crisis stabilization, for those that can be brought back into Lodi post a mental health crisis that are no longer in those crises in order to move to transitional housing. A wonderful part of this is also the ability to have a sobering center within the Access Center, which will be our first piloted alternative destination, which is beautiful, which will allow local law enforcement, ALS and BLS ambulance services to bring individuals specifically to the Access Center to be served at that sobering center, rather than having the Lodi law enforcement to bring them all the way to the General Hospital or the Be Well campus. So we are trying to collectively, through the health clinics, our EMS system, behavioral health, and public health is actually going to be able to provide sex education, STD testing, and a variety of other things. So it is a collaborative partnership with the city and at least 4 different departments within healthcare services. In the other item that you have is the Reimagine transitional housing, which also has storefronts. And so what the goal is, post-Access Center stay, individuals within Lodi will move from those specific beds into, there's 40 beds, transitional housing that will be ran by behavioral health in partnership with Civlic and other partners, where there's also storefronts. So we will be able to have our homeless team provide housing navigation post-transitional housing, but also our Veteran Service Office will be able to be co-located there for a few hours a week so that our homeless veterans will also be able to receive services specifically in Lodi. So this is a phenomenal collaboration between the City of Lodi and Healthcare Services and various departments.
Did you take a breath that whole time, or?
No, she never does.
That was amazing. Genevieve's absolutely amazing, by the way. She just kills it every day.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
So I'd just like to commend this Board of Supervisors, my colleagues. We made a commitment when we set up our priorities with the county administrator and her team, that our focus was to reduce or eliminate the homeless on the streets, which means to actually quit putting Band-Aids on things and actually get those individuals that truly need help, even if they need a little push, get them the mental health they need, to get them into sobering centers and so forth, and not aid and abet them on the streets. For those, we're going to get into our NGO grant funding here. You don't call it NGO. I'm still at the federal level. What's NCO?
No,
Is it NCO now?
Organization, yeah.
Okay. In my view, we set that up specifically to meet those priorities. So while there's a special front row seat at the pearly gates for you, and we commend what you're doing, we really got to make sure that our tax dollars are being spent enforcing the priorities of reducing or eliminating homelessness. So I want to thank this team, the city of Lodi. I think this is exceptional, and it really will be a model for the rest of the country.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisors, questions, comments? Anybody from the public like to sing the praise for this wonderful group of people doing great work in our county? Okay, I'll do it. Thank you guys for
Thank you
doing
so
such a
much.
great job and providing all the wraparound services and getting the jobs done and placing yourselves in other communities for providing.
You're welcome.
Thank
We're
you.
excited.
Perfect. Okay. That was all three of yours? Yep. Oh, wait, somebody wants to speak. I'm sorry. Who? Mario? Supervisor Gardy, I'm sorry. You're good? Okay, I'll ask for a motion to accept the consent.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion, a second. Madam Clerk, call for the vote. Consent passes 5-0. All right. We're going to move on to 9 o'clock, scheduled morning items. Okay, first one is conduct a public hearing to adopt revised fees for the use of facilities at the San Joaquin County Robert J. Cabral Agricultural Center and approve a resolution that further amends the San Joaquin County Robert J. Cabral Facility Use Policy and Fee Schedule. Kamaljeet Bagri is the Agriculture Commissioner. She's already seated and ready to go. You have the floor.
Good morning, Chair Canapa, members of the board, CAO, and County Council, Kiernan. Kamal Bagri, your Agriculture Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. I'm here this morning to talk about Agricultural Center Facility Use Policy and Fee Schedule. So a little bit of a background about the Robert J. Cabral Ag Center. The building was opened on September 11, 2008, and it houses San Joaquin County Agriculture Commissioner's Office, University of California Cooperative Extension, and Office of Emergency Services. And these three departments are still there to date. Portion of our Ag Center, we are renting it out for professional meetings and events related to agriculture or county government, as well as other uses by nonprofit and other agencies. The policy to rent the portion of the Ag Center was put in place on July 3rd, 2009. We are requesting that the existing facility use policy, which was amended last time on September 15, 2015, when the fees were added to the schedule, or the fee schedule was added to the policy, we are requesting some amendments to this policy. It is important that we look at new fees and new policy, the reason being because in last 10 years, I've been in the county on and off, we've been seeing a lot of wear and tear and a lot of upgrades that are needed. And in order to protect our facility, it is important that we look at the usage and what are we charging to the other agencies or other groups. So we are requesting that there some clarification, some administrative clarification be made, and priorities are given to agriculture or government-related meetings or events. We are requesting that use of nonprofit organizations and commercial groups which are not conducting meetings related to agriculture or county government should be deleted from the existing policy. The fee schedule was put in place in 2015, and it generates approximately $70,000 a year for us. Those fees, they go into a special trust fund. Facility Use Trust Fund. It does not come to the Ag Commissioner's budget or to the general fund. The money goes directly into a trust fund. And that money is utilized for replacement of furnishings, equipment, maintenance, and supplies for the only the portion which is being rented out. The current structure does not produce sufficient revenue to address projected cost for facility needs. So during this comparison for the fees, we looked at a lot of different facilities within the county and outside of the county. We looked at Lodi Hutchins Street Square, specific halls which were comparable to what we have at Robert J. Cabral Center in occupancy and in the square footage. We looked at Lodi Grape Festival grounds in Ripon. We looked at Stauffer Hall, Tracy, Community Center, Stockton, County Fairground Building 6. It is very specific there because we were looking at similar square footage and similar occupancy. And in the neighboring counties, we looked at Harvest Hall. In Solano County, we looked at Ulysses Community Center, and in Sacramento, we looked at Sacramento Area Council of Governments building. So this is existing fees. So if you look at it carefully, you will see that these rates are based on 4-hour blocks. This is how it is suggested in our existing policy. It's not by per hour, it is by 4-hour blocks, and after the first 4 hours, then it is in the increments of hourly rate after that. So the money, if you look at it, for group 2, it's $20 an hour. And for group 5, which used to be one of the groups we rented under existing policy, it's around $65 an hour. Group 1 is for the departments which actually reside within the Ag Center, so which is OES, Agriculture Commissioner's Office, and UCC, University of Cooperative Extension. And if you look at the classrooms, we are charging $13 an hour to $45 per hour based on what group the renter falls into. So these are the current fees. What we are proposing is $50 an hour starting with group 2. So we want to change it. We are looking that 4-hour rates don't work for everybody. Sometimes renter wants it only for an hour or 2-hour window, and they are coming back to us and telling us, we don't want it for 4 hours. Why are you charging us only in 4-hour blocks? So we are requesting that we change the fee schedule to hourly rate, and based on what group renters would fall in, we are requesting from $50 to $150 an hour charge. One thing I wanted to point out for the kitchen rates, this is a catering kitchen and it's very expensive to keep it in good shape. The group 4, it's $250 an hour, not $150, because I believe in the proposed policy you have in front of you, there is a mistake there. It states $150 an hour, so I just want to point it out. It's supposed to be $250 as in this presentation. We are requesting that the hourly rate for classrooms also be increased from $13 to $25 and all the way to $75 an hour. These proposed fees will offset the rising cost associated with the upkeep of our facility, and they will continue to be deposited into the special trust fund, facilities trust fund we have, and that those monies would be again utilized to change and upkeep of things within the rental area of the Ag Center. That's all I have. I'm here.
I just have one
For
question.
any
So
questions?
is it gonna, if you have a 4-hour minimum, are you gonna lose money because have you figured that out? So that you don't get rid of the 4-hour minimum, raise the prices, and then have less than $70,000 a year?
I believe because we are increasing the fees, revenue should go up. It is very hard to compare we are changing the groups designations, and we are also eliminating usage by some nonprofit groups. What we were seeing was that they were paying $20 an hour, so $80 was nothing for them to pay for 4 hours, and they were really utilizing the facility and leaving a lot of trash and other things, and it was putting burden on our staff and janitorial services. We are also requesting, along with the schedule, there is increase in the deposit fees. A lot of people in the past who rented the facility and did not cancel the facility within the 14-day period, they would only lose $50. Now we have increased the rate for the deposit so that if they do cancel last minute and we cannot rent it out to anybody else, we keep that deposit.
Perfect. Vice Chair Dhaliwal.
Kamalji, the assembly rooms, they're going to be rented on the weekends, not on weekdays, right?
It is specifically for weekdays, but they are available for the agricultural-related events or the county government-related. So any of the other county departments, if they need it, then they will be rented out. But these are weekdays rates that I showed.
How about to general public, like birthday parties?
No, we are requesting that we do not rent it out to any personal, wedding, anniversaries, and birthdays. And in current policy, we don't rent it out for that too. It's only for professional meetings. But we do have in the past history of some nonprofit organizations doing big events which are not related with agriculture, such as crab feed. It was a mess left for us to be cleaned up afterwards. And I have talked to Sheriff's Department about it.
Was that during weekdays or weekends also?
It was after-hour events.
After hours, okay.
Weekends, we get some requests, mainly by the departments which occupy the egg centers, such as UCCE, have Master Gardeners program or Food Preserver program. They can rent or they can have the facility for no cost, but they have to make sure it is in a good shape when we get it back on Monday.
Right, thank you.
Supervisor Gardia.
Who manages the trust?
Agriculture Commissioner's Office. And we also have one staff member full-time devoted to facility rental, but Ag Commissioner's Office pays for that position out of our own budget. We don't charge Ag Center for it.
And then second question, who do you see in the future to be excluded from having the ability to rent the hall?
Any nonprofit organizations which are not related to agriculture or county business or government, I would say.
So let's say if I have a paramedic school, they'll be excluded from?
No, because paramedic schools work through our either hospital or through behavioral health. We get a lot of events where another department is sponsoring them. So if that happens, then they are. Fire is government, public health department, they could have certain type of events which are related with health. They will be able to still rent it. I'm talking about some, I'm trying to think of an example, like churches that have rented in the past. They won't be able to rent.
And then my last question would be, are we in the process of notification? So if they have something that's already on the calendar, are we addressing that?
Yes, this policy, I'm requesting that it goes into effect January 1st, so people who have already rented the facility are not getting impacted.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you again, just like yesterday, right? Our ag meeting. Couple of quick questions or clarifications. So we're pretty much losing money now because like you're talking about cleaning, so the county's pretty much subsidizing, you could say.
Yes, that is correct because the upkeep costs are higher than what we are generating.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. And second, are we, as you just mentioned, for ag, community and government, county government and so on, is there times that there is no rooms available to these entities, the ag community and the government entities?
That has been an issue. What I'm hearing from the industry is that when this agriculture center was opened, it was strictly for use by agriculture-related events. And a few years back, we started seeing a lot of other groups started coming in, and the ag groups were not able to rent the facility, and that's where these discussions started, that we have to look at.
So we have an agricultural center that our agricultural community couldn't use in some instances.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Dean.
Thank you. And you just said what I was going to say is we got to get back to the roots of what the Ag Center was there for. I have two observations, not to change the policy you already have, but to keep an eye on it. First off, your rates are dramatically lower than, what you would find out there in the public, in the private sector, which is why you're probably getting a lot of people from the outside, trying to rent. I mean, those rates should be for agricultural related or government entities, government to government. I would like you and your staff to keep an eye on, I understand going to the hourly rather than the 4-hour block, but your main overhead doesn't change, whether it's 1 hour or 4 hours, from a little experience I've got. I mean, if they come in, your cleaning doesn't change, whether 1 or 4 hours. If they break something, 1 or 4 hours, it doesn't matter. So I think this is something to try and look at it, but keep an eye on it.
Definitely, Supervisor Ding, we'll do that. And I just want to bring it to your attention that because some groups request janitorial services and some don't, it depends upon how much they would be charged. Because if any group wants to set up themselves, we will not charge them for janitorial fees. But at the end of the day, we are still paying for cleaning services. But another group comes and says, I want to serve boxed lunch, and I also want janitorial staff to set up my meeting, then we charge them based on that. So janitorial services are charged only if the renter is expecting us to do something above and beyond just general cleaning.
And just one other thing to keep an eye on, when you're renting out for an hour and somebody rents the room at 11 o'clock, you've just blocked out anybody that wanted the room from 9 to noon. You've got anybody that wants to do a lunch, because you got to have the janitorial go in there and reset up. So these are things you're going to have to keep an eye on, because whether it's 1 hour or 4 hours, you've pretty much just blocked out your mornings in doing that, so.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
Anybody from the public? Oh, Ed, are you wanting to chime in?
Yeah, just a clarification. Are you recommending that we amend the resolution so that where it references kitchen rates for group 4, that should be $250 as opposed to $150?
Yes, we would request that resolution and the draft policy is amended as shown in the slide to $250 an hour for group 4.
Okay, so that'll be a motion made when the board takes it up. Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody from the public wishing to speak on this issue? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Ding?
Yeah, I would like to offer a friendly amendment here. I think we need at least a 2-hour minimum.
Makes sense to me. That'll split the difference.
I'll second that as amended.
Have a first and a second. Call for the vote with the friendly amendment. How do we want to do this?
Just say yes.
Is this just a vote? Is this a vote to amend, or is this a vote on the entire resolution as amended?
Changing the schedule and putting in that there needs to be a 2-hour minimum instead of 1.
But we're not voting, but the board is not voting to approve the resolution, just to amend it. Is that correct?
Well, it would be voting to approve the resolution with the,
As amended.
As amended, okay.
Amended.
Then I would suggest that in addition to the friendly amendment you just mentioned, that your motion also include amending the kitchen rate, so that's $250 an hour versus $150.
Agreed.
The two amendments, the time limit and the kitchen rate need to be changed.
I'll second that with those two amendments.
Have a cert person second on the floor. Madam Clerk, can we call for the vote? Perfect. Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next public hearing. Oops, I forgot the gavel. In and out on that one. Apologize. Public work hearings to establish Zone S within County Service Area Number 31, Flag City, including proposed service charges for water, storm drainage, and street lighting. Services transfer one property to County Service Area Number 31, Zone S and Zone W, 4th District. Fritz Buckman, Cheyenne Raymond, the Engineer Services, and our Public Works Director. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Canepa and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. This is the time and date set for a public hearing related to establishing Zone S within County Service Area 31, establishing associated service charges, and transferring one property into County Service Area 31, Zone S and Zone W. Staff will provide a brief presentation regarding Zone S, the proposed service charges, and the Proposition 218 process. Following the presentation and any questions from your board, we recommend that you conduct a public hearing. At this point, I will turn the presentation over to Engineering Services Manager Cheyenne Raymond.
Thank you, Director Buckman. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. The purpose of today's public hearing is to consider oral testimony regarding establishment of Zone S within County Service Area, or CSA 31, and associated service charges for water, storm drainage, and street lighting services through the Proposition 218 process. On May 2nd, 2023, your board approved a rezone classification and site approval for a truck parking project and a repair facility located north of Highway 12 on Thornton Road. As a condition of approval, the developer is required to secure public services for water, storm drainage, and street lighting. Annexation into CSA 31 and CSA 31 Zone W will satisfy this requirement. However, the project will utilize an on-site sewer treatment system rather than public sewer. Therefore, creation of a new zone within CSA 31 is recommended to establish a mechanism to provide water, storm drainage, and street lighting services only. The proposed service charges for fiscal year 2025 through 2026 are based on equivalent units, which are assigned according to the property's use type. These rates are identical to those applied within CSA 31 and CSA 31 Zone W. For street lighting services, an inflationary adjustment is proposed. Staff may recommend future rate increases based on the Consumer Price Index, not to exceed 5% annually, beginning in fiscal year 2026 through 2027. I will provide an overview of the Proposition 218 process. In accordance with Proposition 218, new or increased service charges for property-related services must be approved by affected property owners. Streetlight services are subject to approval through the balloting process, and a ballot was mailed to the affected property owner. At the end of the public hearing, staff will read the ballot result. If the property owner votes against the proposed service charges, this service cannot be implemented. Additionally, water and storm drain services are subject to approval by the property owner through the majority protest process. If the property owner submits a valid written protest opposing the proposed service charge, these services cannot be implemented.
Chair Canepa, board members, this concludes our presentation. Following any questions that the board may have is our recommendation that you open the public hearing and receive public testimony regarding establishment of CSA 31 Zone S and associated service charges for CSA 31 Zone S. After the chair closes the public hearing, Public Works staff will review ballot and protest results and provide final recommendations. Staff and I are available to address any questions your board may have.
Okay, the public hearing is now open. Oh, do we have any questions or concerns from the board? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody from the public wishing to speak? Public hearing is now closed. I have one question. So they have to vote for this to get this to allow the permit to go through, correct? So this is the only property owner that's voting?
That's correct.
So
The street right requires a vote, so Mr. Raymond will open the ballot here momentarily once you close the public hearing. And then on the other charges, the property owner has the opportunity to protest, which frankly is unlikely. So,
Okay, so I'll close the public hearing.
Okay. So the property owner of record has voted in support of the proposed assessment and the proposed inflationary adjustment formula described as in the presentation for street lighting services within CSA 31 Zone S.
Okay, so this qualifies for a vote for
Yeah.
Prop 218 to tax themselves for services. So we have
correct.
a
So
motion.
Chair Canepa,
Are questions?
because the affected property owner has consented to the service charges, we recommend the board adopt a resolution as outlined on the last slide.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, have a second? Second. Have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0 to have this person included in the 3 assessment districts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to discussion, general government. CAO accept fiscal year 2024 year-end report, approve the creation of 2 new funds, and approve related appropriation, adjustment, and fund transfers. 4/5 vote required. Jennifer Van Stein. You have the floor.
Good morning, members of the board, county administrator, county council, and clerk of the board. Jennifer Van Stein, Chief Deputy County Administrator, here to present the 24-25 year-end report and recommendations for use of fund balance. We'll start with the summary of our 24-25 activity, then move on to the year-end general fund balance, followed by recommendations and a brief discussion of federal and state impacts. In 24-25, our general fund departments ended the year with expenses roughly $171 million under budget and revenue $98 million under budget, resulting in a net savings of $73 million. After subtracting year-end encumbrances of $40.5 million, this resulted in available savings of $32.5 million from departmental operations as compared to budget. This is primarily due to salaries and benefits and service and supply savings. The county's general purpose revenues, including property tax, sales tax, and interest, ended the year $20 million favorable to budget. So both of these contributed to overall savings of $52.5 million as compared to the approved budget. Moving on to fund balance. In July 2024, we started with a general fund balance of $119 million. Through departmental operations and general purpose revenues we just looked at on the previous slide, $1.25 billion was spent and $1.23 billion was earned for an ending balance of $93.6 million. The year-end position was again reduced by the encumbrances carry forward of $40.5 million, and the resulting available fund balance on June 30, 2025 was $53.1 million. During 24-25, approximately $7.7 million in salary savings was approved for use by the District Attorney's Office, and that was through various board and CAO action. Major projects using these funds include the DA's digital records scanning, tenant improvements for the South County Office and the Family Justice Center, and furnishings for the new DA building. So the $53.1 million balance that you saw on the previous slide reflects a reduction resulting from the approval of these projects. So that balance would have otherwise come in at approximately $60.8 million had the salary savings gone unused through the year. At this time, the County Administrator's Office is presenting recommendations for appropriation adjustments and transfers for the full $53.1 million available balance. And in accordance with the board's reserve and capital funding policies, as well as the board's directive for a structurally balanced budget, we do recognize that this is a one-time resource and our recommendations reflect one-time uses. The first recommendation is $775,000 for the Mary Graham Children's Shelter roofing project. This project was included as part of the 25-26 budget. However, the HSA capital fund that was designated for use was exhausted as part of the 24-25 closing process. Approval of this money will allow the project to continue using general fund savings instead. The second item is $1.6 million for various sheriff projects which were budgeted in 24-25, but not started or completed and didn't carry forward. These include tenant improvements for the civil and public administrators move to downtown Stockton, flock cameras, the real-time crime center, computer-aided dispatch and records management system upgrade, and custody division body-worn cameras. The third item here is approximately $450,000 to purchase a second armored vehicle, which the Sheriff's Office has deemed as critical item. As manufacturing lead times are estimated about 18 months, approval of the appropriation now will allow them to start the purchasing process rather than waiting for the budget cycle. Fourth, here, approximately $400,000 is recommended for repairs to the underground fuel tanks used for vehicle fueling at the Sheriff's Complex. This includes rental of above-ground tanks while a permanent solution for the underground tank repair is developed. The first item on this slide is incompetent to stand trial growth cap. Beginning in fiscal year 22-23, the state established that growth cap mandated by the state's Welfare and Institutions Code. And this was to encourage diversion options and treatment to restore competency for justice-involved individuals. When a county exceeds the cap, a financial penalty is levied, but the penalty is returned to the county upon approval of how the returned funds will be used to support reducing IST felony determinations. The county received its first sanctions penalty in May 2025 for exceeding the 23-24 cap, and that roughly $5.2 million payment, we would use $2.8 million in our general fund balance towards that payment. We do anticipate that this would be a one-time use of the general fund going forward. Behavioral Health Services will build funding for the IST penalties into its Behavioral Health Services Act expenditure plan. The next item on this slide is $1.5 million for the telephony systems replacement project. In January 2025, the board approved an initial set aside of $5 million towards the project. Since then, ISD moved forward with procurement and has determined the project's cost will be roughly $6.5 million. So an increase of 1.5 million from the year-end balance will allow the project to move forward. A transfer of 10 million to the general reserve is recommended in anticipation of federal and state budget impacts, and I'll discuss that item in more detail shortly. Lastly, recommendation of 35.5 million to be transferred to a new capital reserve fund for future capital improvement plan and other capital projects. So in addition to those uses of fund balance that we just touched on, the recommendation before you today includes approval to establish 2 new funds. The first is the Department of State Hospitals Action Plan Fund, which will account for the county's returned IST penalty payment of approximately $5.2 million. The second is the establishment of a capital reserve fund that would be used for the initial $35.5 million deposit, and in the future, for any additional set-aside funding that the board would approve. This changes the current practice of transferring set-aside funds directly to the capital outlay fund. The purpose of this separate reserve is to provide greater transparency as to how unprogrammed funds are allocated for future use. Okay, so returning now to federal and state impacts. As we all know, H.R. 1, or the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, includes many changes that will affect counties, primarily in the areas of healthcare coverage and financing and food assistance. Pending additional federal guidance, the impacts to the county are still largely unknown. The recommendation includes a transfer of $10 million to the General Reserve Fund to go towards mitigation efforts. This would result in a new General Reserve balance of $21.9 million. The CAO is beginning preparation for the 26-27 budget and plans to prioritize county programs given the rising costs for health services and very likely reduced intergovernmental revenues. We anticipate 25-26 may be the last year of funding for the non-county organization or community-based organization awards. And you're going to be hearing a separate presentation after this one on those awards. The awards, which were developed using a new online grants program supplied by the county, and that was in part to assist our community organizations in finding financial resources independent of the county. And that concludes the presentation. I'll be happy to answer questions with myself and department heads and CAO staff.
So I just have one question. So the one fund for the fine, is that coming back or no? That's just.
Yeah, so the $5.2 million will come back to the county once the state has approved an expenditure plan. And the department, the Behavioral Health Services Department, requested setting up a new fund. So when the money comes back, they'll deposit it to that new fund. And that way they can ensure that it's being used exactly as appropriate as part of the expenditure plan.
Okay, so that will come back to us then,
Yes.
is what we're saying. Okay.
Yes.
Questions, comments?
I've got one question.
Supervisor Ding?
Is the current interim ISD director here?
Mr. Baker?
Yeah.
Is he here? Is that your question?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You gonna take
No, I
this,
don't.
Josh? No?
Josh is running. Try to get out the door as it wasn't gonna work.
I saw him leaving. He's too excited about renaming Mickey Grove Golf Course right now. We've had a change in leadership over at ISD, and we've had some different things going on from the public works system to the telephone system, et cetera. And I was just wondering if the yourself or the interim director are in line with these costs. Are we still moving forward in the same direction?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Supervisor Ding, Senior Deputy County Administrator Josh Bronco. So to answer your question, yes, these costs have been reviewed by Mr. Baker, the interim ISD director. and his team. And they've been adjusted based on some of the actual costs that our department is seeing. In particular, the cost for professional services came in a little bit higher than we were originally planning or expecting, which is the reason for the adjustment here today.
Vice Chair Dollywall.
Thank you, sir. Sandy, I really appreciate the cautious approach that you and your staff are taking. But we need to be more careful, how we spend our money. We are going through extremely uncertain times economically, and there are so many flashpoints developing globally. Any unfortunate event can throw everything into an economic chaos. So the more we save, the better it is. That's my suggestion.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gardia.
Thank you, Chairman.
Oops.
You hear me? Oh, I'm sorry, Gardia. Supervisor Gardia, go ahead.
Rochambeau. Supervisor Gardia.
Am I correct? Most of these savings are due to vacancy savings?
So a good portion, I believe it was 20 million or so. Jennifer, is that correct, as far as due to vacancies, salary savings?
It was closer to about 70 million.
Oh, okay. So if you can go over that then, because
Sure.
we're telling them it's only 53.1. So if you can include the breakdown there, please.
Sure. So salaries and benefits, which was your main question, we had about $78 million in savings. We had another roughly $72 million in savings for services and supplies. So those savings total up to the $171 million in savings that I mentioned earlier in the presentation. But those savings are lessened because our revenues also came in lower than anticipated. So the $171 million in savings on the expense side was reduced by about a $98 million shortfall in revenue. That gets us to our about $73 million in savings. And then once we subtract the encumbrances of the $32 million, that's how we're getting down to the $53 million level.
No, I appreciate that. That's, in my opinion, it's kind of one-time money. It's something that we can't count on in the future. I do have a question, for the capital reserve. Have we implemented like an independent study of our facilities and infrastructure? To see really what our infrastructure, our facilities, what shape are they in, and what are future costs that we're going to incur that we can't, we don't know.
Mm-hmm. Through the chair, you're asking for a study on our current facilities.
Right.
I would have to ask GSD Director Dan Wirtz. In my time, I'm sure they have had a study. I just don't know how long ago that was.
Good morning, Dan Wirtz, Director of General Services, through the chair, Supervisor Gardia. Honestly, I don't know specifically the last time we have done a full county-wide assessment of all of our facilities. It is something that we should do periodically. At the moment, my current plan is try to deliver the existing projects that we have ongoing before we take on additional things. It is something we need to look into so that we have something we can targetedly move towards and know when things proactively need to be addressed. The team does do they have ongoing preventative maintenance systems that they look at, but as far as a global county-wide assessment, I do not believe we have a current one.
Is that something is that common practice within counties that provide these type of studies just to see what type of shape we are when it comes to our facilities?
Yeah, there are many firms out there that are always looking to come in and evaluate county systems for a price. We just, at this point, it hasn't been on my current task list to look at.
And you know why I ask that? Because if we're going to put aside money for a reserve, we really need to look at what our future looks like with our buildings and infrastructure.
Not just our buildings, but other parks and other amenities that we have that are similar to facilities, parking lots, et cetera. Yes.
Correct. Right. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you very much for the report. I mean, hey, it's good news, right? And, I want to say thank you to, all the departments that are looking out, for the county financially. It's a team effort. So thank you, everybody, all the department heads, departments, for doing your part. And, it's great to see the $10 million in the general reserve, and that bumps up 21 million, correct? Approximately $21 million.
1.9 million.
And, I just want to remind people, we discussed this when we did when we approved the budget, and, being a member of CSAC in the California State Association of Counties, and of the 58 counties, many counties are, financially strapped, meaning they're not hiring, or they have a huge deficit in their general fund because, and also is that the uncertainty with our state and, being, in a deficit, and the uncertainty in the feds. So there are uncertainties through this county because a lot of these funding, that fund county programs and county services come from the state, and we rely on the feds also. So we still don't know in several different categories if we are going to get funding or how much that funding is going to be. So, I appreciate our CAO and our departments and, what you guys are doing to be conservative. And so we don't end up like in a bad spot like some other counties are, or even some other cities are. And, when we talk about, when we go to Sacramento or a lot of the different meetings that we go to with other counties or other state officials, and, they're amazed at, the great job we are in financially compared to others. And so, thank you very much, and thank you to our employees also for understanding where this board, is coming from. We have to, be fiscally responsible, and so, it'll improve our bond ratings. It'll improve the quality of life for this county if we are fiscally responsible to get past these tough times with the state and feds. So again, thank you guys very much, and CEO Sandy, thank you guys, appreciate it.
County Administrator Regali, you have the floor.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I also want to just echo the comments. I'd like to thank my staff, first of all of the analysts that do work with our departments, and also thank our department heads for being creative. We start very early on in the process asking, what can we do with these, like the Mary Graham roof? Okay, HSA wasn't able to, because they had to balance, they had to close, and so they weren't able to use that, which was going to be in the 25-26 budget. So it's things like that. What can we do that we can at least use as savings? And you are correct, I believe Supervisor Gardia, you had mentioned, these, you treat them as one-time. They are one-time savings, and so we try and find ways of what we could do with this, and also planning for the future. As Supervisor Rickman has said, and all of you have really noted, that we are in a time of uncertainty, and so we try and prepare for that, and we, together as a team, we try and figure out, okay, what can we do to save for the future? Because there are a lot of unknowns. We know it's going to hit us. We don't know when. Even I think yesterday I was in a meeting with my two assistants, with Brandy and Brenda, and we're going to a conference this week, and so we're trying to prepare, okay, what are our HR 1 impacts? We do go to all these conferences and we hear all these other counties that they have major deficits, and we're still running well. And so, but we're trying to plan for the future and trying to, there are a lot of unknowns, for indigent health. What does that look like if we do have to, if HSA doesn't get the funding? What does that look like? And so just, I really appreciate this board supporting us when we bring these ideas to you of what we want to put in certain reserves, that we want to be transparent. But I just want to thank the board, thank my staff, and thank the departments and all the employees just for hanging in there with us, because there are a lot of unknowns. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Dollywell.
Thank you, sir. Sandy, do we know what kind of impacts are we looking at, or still a lot of unknowns? And if there are still unknowns, when do you think we might know what we're going to be dealing with in the future?
Thank you. Through the chair, we are currently working on that. We're trying to find out. We have some initial numbers, but we're still working with our department heads to really feel what that impact is. We're not quite sure yet. And like I said, it's just the unknown of when it's going to come. Right now, we're probably okay for this year, but we need to plan. So
Please keep us posted.
we absolutely will.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Any members from the public wishing to speak before we call for the vote or bring it back to the board? Seeing none, I'll bring it back.
Motion to approve recommendation.
We have a first. Second. And a second. Madam Clerk, call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. The moment that everyone in the audience has been waiting for, so thank you for patiently sitting here. We're gonna do this, Ed, before we go on closed session, so that all these folks don't have to come back.
Which item is that?
CAO approved the recommendations, community-based organization, non-county organization funding for fiscal year 2025-26, and increase in appropriations in the community services budget from a transfer from domestic violence.
Sure, we can do that quickly.
Okay. Hillary Crowley, Senior Deputy County Administrator, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, council, Madam Clerk, great hair today, and Madam CAO, happy belated birthday. Senior Deputy County Administrator Hillary Crowley. This item is to request board approval for the 2025-26 Board of Supervisors Grant Program. For more than a decade, the Board of Supervisors has awarded non-operating one-time funding to eligible nonprofits based in San Joaquin County, operating and providing services in San Joaquin County, through its non-county organization, also known as Community-Based Organization Granting Program. The program is intended to expand or enhance programs or services that align with the board's strategic priorities. Applicants had to demonstrate fiscal solvency and their capacity to manage a county-funded grant. There were a few big changes to this year's program. With the board's approval, we took steps to modernize the process by implementing an online application portal to standardize the application, evaluation, and reporting process. We also pushed the application timeline back by a few months from March to July, which enabled CAO staff who administer the program to learn and launch the new portal system and alleviate some pressure of simultaneously running the application process during the heat of the budget season. Finally, the board set a max budget amount of $2.5 million. This is the timeline of events thus far that the board approved earlier this year. Before we ask the board to approve the recommended organizations for grant awards, here is a requested historical snapshot of the program. While elements of the board's granting program predate 2011, over the last 14 fiscal years, the board has awarded more than 17 million general fund dollars to 245 organizations, 123 of which have received repeat funding from this program. We went from awarding and administering 5 grants in the 2011 to 2012 fiscal year to 12 grants by 2017, with amounts that ranged from $388,000 to $712,000. From 2017 to 2022, the number of organizations awarded ranged from 11 to 13, and the funding ranged from $571,000 to $1.4 million. In the last 3 fiscal years, the program got quite big in total amounts of funding awarded and in the number of organizations requiring grant administration. While the 5 years prior averaged 11 grants, the last fiscal year there were 66. For awareness, grant administration includes requesting and reviewing 3 progress reports per grantee, which last year totaled 198 reports, and scrutinizing receipts to verify accuracy, and in some regrettable cases, hustling receipts for expended grant funding. Moving to a reimbursement model will help with this. For this fiscal year's grant program, and as noted a few slides back, the board set a limit of $2.5 million for the program. We received 115 applications and a total request amount of $11.6 million. The evaluation team in the county administrator's office assessed the applications for eligibility and found 53 organizations were qualified. Those 53 requests totaled $4.2 million. In an effort to provide the broadest funding distribution, organizations that received $100,000 or more in the last 1 to 3 years through this grant program or your supervisorial district funds were not recommended. After this cull, and in consultation with each of you, 43 organizations that aligned closest to the board's priorities were preserved. These organizations are being recommended for your board's funding. Social media, the county website, and traditional media were used to provide updates on the program, particularly early in the calendar year, as repeat organizations were used to applying in the spring. To promote the program, we posted regularly on the county and the board's social media accounts, issued a press release on the new feature of the program, primarily that the deadline was moving to July 31st, and that applications would be accepted only electronically. Once the application portal opened on July 1st and interested organizations could create an account and see the online application, 2 live instructional webinars were promoted and conducted, and a recording was placed on the county website. We also did an in-person training that was offered at the United Way. Frequently asked questions were updated and posted on the website as well. As in years past, we issued a press release, and on July 2nd, the day after the portal opened, we were invited to the KCRA studios for a live interview on the program. As the July 31st deadline drew near, our social media campaign intensified to remind those interested of the approaching deadline. A few days before the deadline, an email was sent to organizations that created accounts in the portal to remind them that the deadline was coming and to complete their applications. The next few slides list the names of recommended organizations. I will now read all 43 organizations. Just kidding. I'll advance each slide after a few seconds. Here's slide 2 of 5. And slide 3 of 5. Slide 4 of 5. And slide 5 of 5. Given the increase in unfunded mandates coming down from the state and cuts to Medi-Cal entitlement programs and other mandated state and county programs as a result of the OBA, or HR 1, staff encouraged the board to consider pausing the CBO granting program for the foreseeable future. As noted at the beginning of this presentation, the board has been extraordinarily generous in granting more than $17 million to hundreds of CBOs in our county through this program over the years. While staff recommends this being the last year for funding this program, we are pleased to offer access to a prospecting tool through eCivis for the nonprofit community so they can research funding opportunities from corporate, philanthropic, and government funding sources themselves. This plus training will be rolled out to the nonprofit community no later than 2027. It will first be offered and rolled out internally to county departments and in 2026, and then to the nonprofits. Before we hear from more public comment, and I ask the board to approve the list of recommended organizations for grant funding, I would like to graciously thank my smart and very busy colleagues for lending their time, analytical talent, and overall support of this process. Senior Deputy County Administrators, Sarah Sickler, Kelly Cavello, and crowd favorite and former grant administrator of this program, Susie Sayers, under the supportive leadership and partnership of Assistant County Administrator Brandy Hopkins. Ladies, I could not have done this without you. Thank you. And with that, and if there are no questions from the board, and you'll do your public comment, I request approval on our slate of funding recommendations for the fiscal year 2025-26 CBO grant program.
I want to echo the thank yous because this is some tall order doing this, and it's so difficult as a board to sit up here and pick who gets what, and it's always so competitive. And everyone's projects and what they do in the community is so valuable, but we can only fund so much. And so I'll give it to the rest of the board if you have any comments, questions.
Were you going to take public comment first?
Do you want to speak now or speak after? It's up to you. Okay, so, okay, at this time I'll open it up to the members of the public. Didn't mean to leave you hanging there. You have the floor.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. My name's Claire Bakta, and I'm a founding executive director of Open Innovation Centers. And I'm coming for my 1-minute appeal. I don't want to take money away from any organization granted today, but perhaps find additional funding to squeeze us in. At Open Innovation Centers, we specialize in new-collar training. And that means we teach high-tech skills that do not require 4-year degrees. And we align our programs to stackable industry certifications. And we were recently awarded the North Valley Thrive Catalyst Grant to scale our programs for low or no cost to all San Joaquin County residents. We are building a new workforce in this county. Our programs nurture highly technical, mechanically inclined problem solvers who can talk with other people and work in groups. And we do this by teaching 3D printing, game development, and AI in a hands-on format that appeals to learners who may not have thrived in traditional educational settings. Now, the problem is you can't learn this on Chromebooks or mobile phones, and that's what our learners have. And so we're asking for your help to purchase 25 laptops for our students to use, a one-time cost. In the grant, we've reduced our ask. We're reducing our ask to $45,000 so that anyone who wants to can get the computer they need to learn on. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Gina Bracamonte. Bread of Life.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Gina Bracamonte. I am the founder and president of Bread of Life. I first walked through these doors about 15 years ago when I had a vision to help the people who had lost their jobs and their homes through when the housing market crashed. At that time, we had one distribution site in West Stockton. And we were serving hundreds of people that were coming for groceries once a month. As we all know, COVID changed the way that we did business. And I can tell you, standing here today, we are now at 35 different locations in San Joaquin County giving groceries to families that are in need. We average about 2,000 families a month. We do all this with 3.5 paid staff. I don't get paid from the organization. I never have, and I really don't want to because this is my passion to help people. We were not recommended this year, and I know that there's a lot of need out there, but the county has been instrumental in helping us with this mission, and we really couldn't do it without your help. And I am asking that you would reconsider some of the funding that we've requested this year. We were very, very appreciative of it, and also invite all of you out to see what we're doing in the community. We're giving groceries away in large volume. We've never been We've never been an organization that has been just giving you a little bit. We want to truly help you. And these are the working families. And as a single mother raising 2 children on my own, I can attest to, I know how hard it is working and trying to pay the rent, pay the bills, pay the child care, and then have $5 left for groceries at the end of the week. It is very difficult for a lot of people right now. We want to be able to help, and we need your help to do so. I might even add that right now we're giving formula. Formula is like liquid gold. If you know any infants that need formula, my son was born 2 months early. Unexpected. Him and I were both in the hospital for a period of time. By the time I got out of the hospital and I had to go back to work, I wasn't able to nurse him like I had planned to. I didn't have the funds to purchase formula, and I didn't even know that there were organizations out there. There may not have been at the time, that was 36 years ago. But I'm telling you this because we have a surplus of this to help the community, but we need your help. And I appreciate all the help that you've given us over the years. I'm grateful for it, and I hope that you'll reconsider. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for me?
Does anyone have any questions? No.
No? Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Claire Bacta. Oh, thank you. Folly Ashalu. Foley.
Yes, good morning, the chairman and the member of the board of director. I'm supervisor, sorry. I'm from Bismuth Incorporated, and I want to appreciate you folks for the support we've received in funding in the past, and they're also including us on the list of the CBO that's recently been shown. So privy to the statistics we put together from the people we service, ranging from all races, Native American, Asian, Black, Hispanic, white. We provide resources like mental health support with certified clinicians in my agency. And we also personally go to schools to do some Afro drumming just to keep students, mentally and behaviorally supported. So I really want to appreciate the support I will be receiving from Bismuth, led by Lisa Harrison, a licensed clinician. So thank you so much for having us again to, continue to support our community, especially the young ones, ranging from the age of 4 to 12, 17, receive mental health support. And we have locations severally, even in the OVP, Diamond Cove Center, City Hall, the Adams Centers, where we have all our clients. And so thank you so much for your support. And we will definitely make sure we, give back to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the audience wishing to speak? No more comment cards. Bring it back, Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My hat is absolutely off to you and everybody that helped. This is, it's tough. You meet such, amazing people that are, the fabric of our community. Gina, Bread of Life, absolute phenomenal program. One of the things that you had to weigh was who got money last year? Who have you already offered a hand up instead of hand out? Who have you tried to get on their feet? Who haven't we helped out at all? And the balancing act is amazing. I look at Gina from Bread of Life and us as a community need help on our own. But these aren't our dollars. This isn't our money. It's the taxpayers' money, which means we have to take, be extra careful on how we spend it and make sure that that those that haven't gotten the hand up before get next in line. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you.
Supervisor Gardia.
Yeah, I just want to thank Hillary and her team. You know, this is not easy. It's not easy for your team or easy for us to look at this list. And, you know, it's hard to pick and choose what we feel, what organization is best suited to get these tax dollars. And one of the things that, you know, I come from a public safety background, and you'll hear from me a lot, like duplication of services. You know, I worked in a fire department. We had districts, and each engine was responsible for a certain district. Well, I feel like a lot of our nonprofits, you know, we have to change the way we do business. We need to look at future ways of moving forward and how we can work with each other and cover maybe certain areas, maybe not a whole city or a whole county. Work in collaboration with the other nonprofits to utilize the funds to make our funds go farther. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to work out some of the economic challenges that we have in the future for some of our nonprofits. But this wasn't an easy decision for anybody, and I appreciate everybody coming up here and speaking their mind on you know, why and what type of services that they give to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Thank you, Chairman. And Hillary and your team, thank you, CEO's office. You know, thank you. It's a very busy task, you could say, that you guys perform, and with all the different nonprofits that we have here in San Joaquin County. And I also want to say thank you to all the nonprofits here today, those that are watching, and those of you that continue to work for our community. And, you know, a lot of the help that we need in our communities doesn't come from government, but it comes from, you know, the local nonprofits or churches and people just being kind. As my colleagues, you know, stated earlier, you know, I wish we had a limited amount of funding that we could fund everybody. Unfortunately, we don't. And you heard some of the stuff that we just talked about, or I mentioned with the state and feds and the pinch that they're putting our counties in. And not only that, I think, you know, I didn't mention back then is, you know, that last agenda item is that, you know, the state have these programs or requirements that they legislate and then they don't fund, and it comes to the county, which, you know, doesn't, you know, like, well, okay, what's a connection here? We got to take the money from somewhere, and it comes out of the different services and programs because the state refuses to fund their own programs that they want to fund. I mean, a prime example, Prop 36, in which the governor stated, hey, the counties pushed it, let the counties fund it. And that's something this board right now is dealing with. But I think, you know, I think we've done a good job, and it doesn't mean that, hey, if you do need assistance in the future, I mean, hey, we all have districts here, and talk to your individual supervisor, and maybe there's something we could, you know, I'm not promising anything, of course, but if there's some help that you need, that's why we're up here. So again, thank you all for what you do for our community, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Any other further comments? Call for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Motion and second on the floor. Madam Clerk, can we have a vote, please? Motion passes 5-0. At this time, we will adjourn to closed session. For all those here for the cell tower, the hearing for the cell tower will be at 1:30 p.m. Welcome back. We are going to reconvene our regular board meeting at this time. And we're going to start with, the 1:30 scheduled afternoon public hearing.
Real quick, Chairman, a report out for a close?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Do we have any reportable action from closed session?
Yeah, there's one item which with regard to Mendoza versus San Joaquin County. The motion was made by Supervisor Ding and seconded by Supervisor Gardia to settle that matter, the terms and conditions of which will become available upon request once all parties have signed off on the settlement, and that was approved 5-0. That's all the reportable action.
Thank you, sir. Okay, at this time, public rehearing to consider the appeal by Vertical Bridge regarding administrative use permit number PA-2300166, District 5. Stephanie Stowers, the principal planner, you have the floor. And
Thank you. Good afternoon. Corinne King, Deputy Director of Planning. I have Principal Planner Stephanie Stowers here to provide a presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. This is a rehearing of an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of administrative use permit for the installation of a 100-foot tall telecommunication tower with related equipment. The project site is located within the San Joaquin River Club, an over 400-acre parcel developed with approximately 430 non-conforming residences in the general agriculture zone. As noted previously, the San Joaquin River Club property contains over 400 acres and over 400 non-conforming residences. The project site is located in the southernmost portion of the River Club property near the intersection of Durham Ferry Road and Quezon Road. The proposed tower location is indicated by a star on the maps contained on this slide. The project site has a general plan designation of resource conservation and a zoning designation of AG 40, which is general agriculture 40-acre minimum. This is the detailed site plan submitted by the applicant depicting the southernmost portion of the River Club property. A private access driveway for the tower is also depicted. Pursuant to the development title, towers and associated antennas need to be set back from all property lines a distance that is equal to or less than the height of the tower, which in this case is 100 feet. The proposed tower meets this requirement and is located more than 130 feet from the nearest residence located within the club. Communication towers are regulated by the FCC and the Telecommunication Act of 1996, which limits government oversight relating to the siting of towers and preempts some county authority and discretion. Pursuant to the act, the county shall not deny an application for a tower if the applicant has shown that there's a significant gap in coverage and the tower is the least intrusive means to close that gap. The applicant demonstrated a gap in coverage for the service provider and reviewed 5 alternative sites in the surrounding area close to the service gap. Ultimately, the subject parcel was selected as the only viable and will fill the gap in coverage, as depicted in the service comparison maps shown here. Reliable coverage is depicted in green, and the installation of the proposed tower will provide reliable coverage in the existing service gap. No further viable options were found. At this time, county staff knows of no available or technologically feasible alternatives to the project at the location to close the demonstrated service gap. The proposed tower may be conditionally permitted in the AG 40 zone with an administrative use permit, which is typically approved at a staff level. However, due to the potential controversy, the project was referred to the Planning Commission for review. The department received comments in opposition of the project from River Club residents, as well as a support letter and a petition signed by 33 residents in support of the project. The project was originally reviewed between August of 2023 and July of 2024. The Planning Commission heard the item originally July of 2024 and tabled the item directing the applicant to perform additional site analysis. The applicant provided a supplemental alternative site analysis and coverage objective and engineering justification on August 29th, 2024. The project was thus placed on the October 3rd Planning Commission agenda, where the Planning Commission voted 3-2 to deny the application, stating concerns regarding compatibility. Their denial was appealed by the applicant. This appeal was previously heard by the Board of Supervisors on February 11th of this year. The board voted 3-2 to deny the appeal, thus denying the application. The board found that the site was not the least intrusive option and that there was technologically feasible alternative like Starlink satellites. Subsequently, on April 25th, T-Mobile and Vertical Bridge filed a lawsuit against the county and its Board of Supervisors. This lawsuit alleged that the denial of the project was a violation of the Telecommunications Act. And as a result, the Community Development Department has brought the applicant's appeal for rehearing by the Board of Supervisors. As a result, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors take the recommended action shown on this slide and included in the board letter.
And we have outside counsel Derek Cole with Cole Huber here with more information, and he's available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Derek Cole, outside counsel, also your litigation counsel in this matter. I want to be clear why we're bringing this back to you. Staff has presented that to you, but this is coming with my strong recommendation as your outside counsel, as someone who is not simply litigation counsel, but also a city attorney who has represented cities and has considered these types of approvals for other clients. And I understand the board's decision. We're asking you on our advice to essentially reconsider your decision as you're doing today. The reason is just the legal framework. Basically, as your staff pointed out, the test is, does the applicant demonstrate a gap in coverage? And I will tell you that as litigation counsel, it was our job to review the record that existed that would be presented to the federal court if this matter were to proceed to trial. In our opinion, we have reviewed the record, and it does appear to us that the applicant has presented a gap in coverage. Then the question becomes, is what the applicant has it proposed something that is the least intrusive means of accomplishing its objectives? And in this case, we have reviewed the record, and what we noted is that initially there were 5 sites that were considered, and then the Planning Commission, after the Planning Commission hearing, an additional 4 sites were considered. So the applicant has presented evidence to you that 9 sites were presented, all within this coverage area, and the methodology they have followed for determining the coverage area looked adequate as we review the record. And so what happens in this situation is essentially a little bit different than what you're used to in your land use decisions. In your land use decisions, almost always you as a board are given substantial deference. And if you go to court in a state court proceeding, that you have what's called the substantial evidence test. Now, there is a substantial evidence test in federal law, but typically the way it works in almost all of your land use decisions is all you have to show is a small amount of evidence to support your decision. That is not what we have here. What we have here now is that because the applicant has met its burden, because it has presented an analysis of 9 different sites, what that means is that under the federal law, the federal communication law that requires us to be in federal court, and you'll note that almost all of your land use decisions are challenged in state court. So you're in a very unique proceeding. But what that means for us is that essentially the county now has the burden to demonstrate that there is an alternative site. And as we reviewed the record, we think there are significant challenges for our ability to present that to the court. What we saw was an analysis of Starlink and satellite availability. And certainly we all understand that that might be true, but the laws that we're dealing with are very old. So the communication law actually goes back to the 30s. And then it got somewhat of a substantial facelift in the 90s. So we're talking about a law that its most recent iteration is nearly 30 years plus old in terms of the last time this law was changed. And so in our view, Starlink doesn't address the issue because the way the courts interpret the gap in coverage is it's almost like an entitlement. if you are a carrier, in this case we have T-Mobile, and you can show you have a gap in coverage, you have the right under this federal law to cure that gap. Meaning you, the carrier, have a right to provide better coverage. It's not that whether people can get other means of coverage, they can go with another carrier or they can use Starlink. It's an entitlement that is specific to the applicant. So what we are asking you to do is simply affirm if that is your decision, that is your decision. We will do our best, but we wanted to give you an opportunity to reconsider, because as a board, you are having to defend this case. Defending this case means that you must spend time and resources, you must hire counsel, you must present your case in federal court. And I would note in your resolution, if it is your pleasure today to approve this project, we have presented some findings in your resolution that address applicable cases. So in California, there are court cases that talk about efforts to resolve cases after they have been filed in land use decisions. And what these cases say is that essentially you can reconsider your decision as long as you follow all applicable laws and as long as you follow all applicable procedures. So your staff has made sure that everything was noticed properly. Your staff has made sure that everything was presented to you. So it is our view that you would have the right to approve this today, and it would be our recommendation that you do so. I am happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Counselor, for being here. I appreciate it. And for your expertise. First of all, I want to start out, even though this is, case specific to the River Club, I mean, this has beyond the scope reach. I mean, I know this happened in Ripon, and the thing I absolutely despise is that you have a telecommunication company. They come to either the local governments, either the city or the county, as a formality, because exactly what you're saying. They can come in here and pretty much do what they want. They rely on that act. If you don't do it, you're going to go to court. So, and that's frustrating. And, those of you that know me, I'm a huge advocate for local control. I don't like, other people coming to our cities or counties and dictating to us what our residents, don't want. And again, so even though this is at the River Club now, this has, at least for me, wider implications, and because we've seen it throughout the county. Secondly, and one thing you just mentioned, you look at the telecommunication, my God, that was horrible, wasn't it? Telecommunications Act of '96, and you're 29 years, 30 years. And technology does advance. I mean, you look at, the thing that comes to my mind, the horse and buggy versus Ford, right? So if we kept with that line of thinking, we would still have horses and instead of cars, right? And it's, this was here first. So when you talk about the no alternative technology, and it's funny because it's been on TV multiple times now, Billy Bob Thornton sitting by a fence, he comes back and it's specific to T-Mobile. We have Starlink technology at this low rate, we can hit you pretty much anywhere. So when does technology catch up and the courts change their position, or, not even change the whole position, but take into account this new technology when looking at the decisions of your cities and counties?
A good question. I wish I could tell you when the law will catch up. The problem is that really is something Congress would have to do. The way the law is written and the way the courts have interpreted the Communications Act, going back to that iteration 29 years ago, is to say that there is that's why I use the term of an entitlement. We all have multiple carriers. There's T-Mobile, Verizon, Xfinity. There's a number of providers and carriers, and the way the statute has been written is that they essentially have an entitlement. If they, and I emphasize the pronoun they, if they can show that there is a gap in their coverage, The law says that they get to fix that as long as they provide the appropriate analysis and justify that the site that they're picking is the least intrusive. So what that means is it's essentially a right that is personal, if you want to use that term, to T-Mobile or to Verizon or to Xfinity. And I think what you're saying is there are other means now in 2025 to get coverage into your house, to get Wi-Fi, to be able to talk on a cell phone, and you're 100% right. The problem is that courts can't change that, Congress has to change that, or at least the federal agency, the Federal Communications Commission can change that if it's, I'm getting into what right federal agencies have to interpret federal law and promulgate regulations. But even in that situation, the FCC has not stepped in yet to deal with that. So you're right, the law is outdated. I mean, I wish I had a better answer, Supervisor Rickman, but it just is outdated at this point until there's a change.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anybody else before we go to the public hearing? Okay. I will now open the public hearing. Ask if the appellant is present, if there's anyone wishing to speak. The appellant? They're not present. Okay. So the appellant got unlimited time, so if the project proponent is present, or if there's anyone wishing to speak in opposition of the appeal, to step forward to the podium, and I have a list, and you get 3 minutes to state your claim. So B. Lawrence is the first one I have here. And then Lisa Fowler on deck. So after B, Lisa Fowler would be next. Please.
Thank you all for inviting me in to speak. I don't have much to say other than I've been at the River Club with my mom and aunts and uncles for 45 or plus years. And I've never seen a project happen like this that separated our club. It's separated it horribly. We have a lot of love and compassion there. I'd like to see it go on. This is just created because it may have, it appears that I could read in all the documents, mishandled, not letting the membership be involved. We're a membership organization there. And when we don't get that opportunity, this is what you see. You see disgruntled people because we haven't had that right. I wish you'd take into consideration that I hate seeing this happen. I hate to deny them, but down the line, the county already denied them. So I'm not sure why we're here. I guess you can make that decision, whatever you make. Take into consideration that we're not happy because it's not handled the way we thought it should be handled. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Fowler and Farah Alvarez is on deck, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Lisa Fowler. I am a shareholder at the San Joaquin River Club. I've been there 8 years. Excuse me, I'm exhausted. I'm mentally, physically ill. Been on the phone till after almost midnight with the attorney last night, trying to figure out how we're gonna get some relief. To first I'll start, I don't know if you guys through this process have got to see the contract that Dan Devaney Vertical Bridge entered into. The attorney has assured us this is an invalid contract. It does not have an addendum with shareholders' consent, authorization, or power of attorney. So that's what I want to get across today. This is not a valid contract from the very beginning. So Dan Devaney is here. And is it possible for you to ask him if he had consent from the shareholders or power of attorney? Because there's almost 600 of us, and not one of us gave it to him.
Counselor, how do we address that?
That's an issue between T-Mobile and the River Club, to the extent that they have an argument that the contract between the two entities is improper. That's something the courts will have to resolve. We're not in a position to make a determination whether or not that contract is valid or not.
Okay, there was a paper filed through the county, and that's why we are proceeding, that is not legitimate. Dan had no right to sign that paper with the county to even apply for Vertical Bridge, to apply for that permit. So how is this a civil case?
I don't have the answer.
Do you want me to?
Yes, please.
You're making an argument that the contract between the River Club and T-Mobile is invalid, and we're not in a position, the board is not in a position to rule on that argument. If in fact that's the case, then your attorney should go to court and make that argument, and if the court agrees with you, that contract can be invalidated and you may accomplish your goal. But the board is not in a position to be able to rule on that issue.
Okay, so I'm going to refer to the letter of authorization that was filled out and signed by Dan Deviney for the use permit for Vertical Bridge. Dan Deviney signed that he was the owner of the San Joaquin River Club. Dan Deviney is not the owner of the San Joaquin River Club. So let's just go ahead and start with the first letter of authorization. Why are we here? He fraudulently represented himself. He is not what he stated he is.
So, obviously that part of it is a civil matter. So we are just giving the use permit for them, and that's why, unfortunately, by the FCC laws, not granting them is why we're here today. So the civil part of it, and I'll stop here because we'll have to listen to the rest of the people. We can't, this is a hearing, so we're not theoretically supposed to speak here. We could speak to it afterwards. What you're talking about is unfortunately a civil matter. We're here for the use permit that is agreed, that they're asking for. Whether or not you guys agreed to it, this is the location that they're asking us to put it, and by law, that's what we have to vote on. So we're not quasi-judicial to be able to make a decision on what your guys' unfortunate differences with what you guys voted. We're not there for that, so I apologize.
Okay, I just want to say one thing. The San Joaquin River Club is a nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. All of us shareholders own that corporation and the land that it exists on. So what gives anybody the right to come in and put a cell tower on land that us shareholders own and have not authorized?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Farah Alvarez, and then Monica Smith would be next, please.
Hello. Once again, we're back here about gapping coverage. I went to T-Mobile store the other day. I've been busy talking to a lot of people, and I told them I was interested in T-Mobile. Can you tell me what kind of coverage I have out at the San Joaquin River Club? I had this. He said, we have excellent coverage out there. He says, there's no need for another cell tower, and this is a T-Mobile employee telling me this. We took pictures of the coverage, if you guys would like to see it. I also talked to the FCC. I called the FCC myself, and I asked them, how can I find out if there's a gap in coverage where I live at? The gentleman, I can't remember his name. Like I said, I've talked to about 30 people in the last week. He gave me a link. We got on the link, and here it is. It says San Joaquin River Club, 100% coverage. And this is from the FCC link that they gave me, okay? I'd like, if you guys would like to see it, they told me I had to wait. Also, too, a couple weeks ago, Crazen came out to our property, and I have pictures of that, where they started drilling where Vertical Bridge wants to put the cell tower. This cell tower has not been approved yet by you guys, but yet again, our board president, I don't know, he says he knows nothing about it. We've asked him repeatedly who gave Crazen permission to come out and drill on our property for soil samples. We have pictures of this. One of our members took pictures. So basically, they're going ahead with whatever they want to do without waiting for your guys' consent or denial. This is what we're up against. I also found through the county that Vertical Bridge since May 31st, 2023, has the right, the first option of right of refusal of our property. Signed here, it says right here, I found it at the assessor's office. Me and my sister went to the assessor's office. We talked to the gentleman up there and we asked them, does this give Vertical Bridge the right to that corner lot? Does it give them a right to 40 acres because we're Ag 40? Or does this give them the right to our whole 411 some acres? The guy said, hold on, let me check. He comes back and he says, I don't have all the information, but legally I can't tell you that. And I said, why not? I am a shareholder member of the San Joaquin River Club. And he told me, I'm sorry, legally I can't. Why are we being stopped from getting information on the cell tower? How come we're being stopped? We try to find the permits for Crazen to come out to our property and drill, and we're being blocked. We were blocked through the planning commission. We've been blocked at the permit department. We are not getting answers for anything that's happening on our property. And I understand you guys are kind of limited at what you can do, but they're going against the law by drilling before they have your vote or whatever. I mean, and we have no gap in coverage. The FCC paper shows we don't. It says 100% coverage. So I'm asking you to keep this denial.
Okay. Thank you. Monica Smith. And then Diana Pace, but is on deck.
Pass out stuff right now. You guys all don't want copies of the contract, so there's one. Okay. To the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, from one shareholder of San Joaquin River Club Incorporated, subject appeal of wireless cell tower project. I respectfully submit, my name is Monica Smith. I respectfully submit the following points for consideration in upholding the denial of the project involving the installation of a wireless tower by Vertical Bridge. 1, background information. You'll find documentation in there. The San Joaquin River Club Incorporated is organized as a 501c7 nonprofit corporation filed with the Secretary of State, an addendum, February 16, 1965, and that changed our purpose. The purpose for which the corporation was formed is followed: to purchase, acquire, own, and hold land upon which the members thereof may build, construct, and erect homes and improvements for the purpose of rural residents, to maintain all of its properties, including buildings, rights of roads, utilities, levees, and encourage conservation of all natural resources. This violates our purpose that's filed with the Secretary of State. This corporation does not contemplate any gain or profit to members thereof. 2, invalidity. I know we've discussed this. Invalidity of the lease agreement. The lease with Vertical Bridge was signed on April 25th, 2023. You're going to see that in the contracts, and you're also going to see a phone poll. That phone poll was conducted on April 26, 2023. You guys are a board. Is it best practice or even appropriate for one person on your board to make a decision and the following day you have a phone poll to authorize that decision? Although we have, and this is what the phone poll states, although we have discussed moving forward with the wireless tower lease, we have not officially voted to execute the lease. This raises significant questions about the validity of the lease due to the lack of proper approval and adherence to established voting processes. You don't have a phone poll the day after you enter into contracts. Concern regarding the use of phone polls. I go on, I'm sorry, I got 24 seconds left. Maybe I'll pass this on. but you all have a copy of my letter. I please beg of you to read it. This is serious, and you guys are going to set a precedence. We're a community that is saying no. We didn't ask for this. We didn't want it. And if you approve this and turn over the appeal, you're telling your community and your constituents that you're going to give power to one person over an entire community. Please, please.
Thank you. Diana Pace, and then on deck is Donna Barbera Diaz.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Pace, and I'm a resident at the San Joaquin River Club. I've lived there for 19 and a half years. Boy, I'm not as organized as those last few before me, but I got a lot of stuff down here I want to say. Number one, I agree with what Monica just said, but I also want to talk about what the attorney said, that they proved they have a gap. The reading of it actually says they have to have a significant gap. So it's not just a gap. We can't say they have like 10 feet, 100 feet. It has to be a significant gap. And it's not showing that in the pictures they showed. And the second thing that I think the next thing that's important is, we went to a town hall meeting with Duarte, Mr. Duarte. And we presented same people, a lot of us the same. And we raised our hands, and he took each one of our questions, and he said, the only thing I can give you a hint on, Mr. Rickman, you were there, he said, if they're having meetings behind doors, it's an offense to the Brown Act. That's a federal thing. So now we've jumped ahead to a federal situation because they have had several meetings behind closed doors without including the membership, which is 400 and some people, and they've made decisions and signed contracts without including us. That's in opposition to the Brown Act, and that's a federal offense, according to Mr. Duarte. Okay. The other thing that came up in my notes is that in their appeal, they said that the homes were non-conforming, that it was 400 and some non-conforming homes. Well, I'm sorry, but we have to go to the county for permits. And we have houses out there that are being sold for $250,000 and $300,000. Does that sound non-conforming to you? These houses have a lot of energy, and they have to have all of the things put in, all of the required statistics, all the required permits and everything else. And let's see. They said they had 33 signatures on a petition. When was this petition taken, number one? Number two is 33 people signed on it when there's over 1,000 residents, and there's about 400 to 600 people that are members. I don't know how many really. Means that's less than 3% of the population that they got to sign it. Does that really mean that they're looking into what we want? I don't think so. And I think, I don't know, I think I got a hold of everything that I was trying to say. And oh, yeah, they said they had gone and had 5 options. I just want to say that of the first 5 they did, 3 of them were inside of the River Club, the place where they're going to do it now, our chapel inside, and our courtyard. Then they went and got 4 more. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Donna, and then Jerry Ann Brown is on deck, please.
Well, we meet again. You know, I had a nice talk with Robert Rickman. I'm Donna Barbera Diaz. And I asked Robert, I said, how about if I have T-Mobile come and put one in your backyard? And what do you got to say about that? He goes, well, I wouldn't like it. And there'd be some litigation there. Well, that's what we're doing. We don't want it. Jazz Senga said it herself. Why are you so hell-bent to give us something that we don't want? We have plenty of coverage. Those 2 nice maps that the lawyer shows that he's got all the way into Modesto and everywhere else. I don't care if Modesto has coverage. I care if the River Club has coverage, and we have it. Now, what I'm going to go is I'm going to focus on the object of the approval of this application because the members of San Joaquin River Club were not afforded that. And we've heard this several times over and over and over, and we've been here so many times. The further determination that the proposed vertical bridge is category exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. While Class 3 exemptions apply to small structures such as a single-family residence, small commercial facilities, and minor utility extensions, that's under the CEQA guidelines 15303, the proposed cell tower is neither a small structure nor comparable in scale or impact to those examples. A freestanding cell tower with associated equipment, fencing, and ground disturbance constitutes a major utility installation, not a structural addition. In addition, even if the project were to fall within the text of Class 3, the unusual circumstances exception, CEQA Guidelines 153200.2, prohibits reliance on this exemption where there is a reasonable possibility of significant environmental effects. The California Supreme Court in Berkeley, Hillside Preservation versus City of Berkeley, 60 CA 4th 1086 of 2015, confirmed that agencies cannot rely on categorical exemptions when unusual circumstances exist that could lead to significant environmental impacts. What I'm saying, I know this is going to cut me short, what I'm saying is that you guys didn't do it's too big of a tower for our little slice of heaven. And I don't care about anybody but the River Club. And that's what they first came after us. We're going to give you coverage. And that's not what they did. It's a dog and horse show. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jerry Ann Brown, and then on John Prime would be after that, please.
Guys, I'm sorry. If I knew I was going to have to speak up here, I'd have dressed a little nicer.
You could lower there's a little button on the side to lower the mic.
Okay, you couldn't hear me?
No, just to make it so we could hear you a little bit better.
Oh, that doesn't make any difference. I'm not going to sit
Perfect.
down.
I just want everybody to be able to hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know what to say. I agree with everybody that has spoke. I'm scared. I'm scared I'm going to lose my home. I've been there 33 years. My family's there, my friends are there, my grandkids were born there, and this is all I have. At 80 years old, this is all I have. And I don't see where they have the right to come in and take my home away from me. It's just not fair. Worked hard, worked my ass off for a lot of years, and then to have somebody, Dan DeVinny, Gary Boswell, and them, what gives them the right to come in and take my home? Unless one of you up there want to live, if I could live with you guys, then I wouldn't have to worry about it.
My wife might get a little upset with that, so thanks for the offer, though.
Well, I hope not. Just give me a Pepsi and let me watch General Hospital and I'm good to go.
Thank you.
So, thank you guys.
We'll get through all the comments and then we'll try to answer a few of them. So it's hard for us to communicate with you during the hearing, so.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
John Prime, and then Joaquin, I hope I got that right. Jackie Forbes. Sorry, I apologize.
Hello, my name's John Prime, and I'm a 29-year member and shareholder, have a legal document, because Gary Boswell likes to say that nobody's a shareholder. This is my certificate right here that states on here, I am an equal shareholder. And I understand that what I'm talking about right now, you have no control over that. I totally get that. But the contract that they signed is totally fraudulent. So I'm just gonna leave that right there because everybody else has spoke to that. But I just want to bring up the fact that at the Planning Commission meeting, the first one that they had, T-Mobile had stated that they need to put that up there because there's a gap in coverage for all the thousands of cars that come down Casson Road, Airport Road, Durham Ferry on a daily basis. So the Commissioner Jas Senga said that she came out there, she has T-Mobile, drove around all the area, all the different roads, and said she had no problem with communication on her phone. Their story then changed to, we need to provide better coverage for in-home service at the River Club. Well, what is it? I mean, I think they're full of BS. I'm just gonna tell you that. It's a multi-billion-dollar company that just wants to make more money. That's all it is. And the sad thing about it is that this contract that was entered into, it's not just about a 2,000 and something square foot piece of property. It entails, in the contract itself, the entire 411 acres of the San Joaquin River Club. And it's not right. So that's all I want to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jackie Forbes. Then Terry Brown is next, please.
I know you have to lower it.
No, you're good.
My mom, Jerry Ann, she's the tall one in the family. So, okay, you guys know me. I've been here before. Mr. Rickman, we've talked out at the River Club. I've got a whole pile of stuff here, but I'm not gonna say it. My friend Arlene always tells me to speak from the heart. So that's what I'm gonna do. Contrary to what Mrs. Sauer says, I am not a non-conforming home or structure. My name is Jackie Michelle Forbes. I'm 57 years old. I've lived at the River Club over almost 30 years. We know the contract is shady. We all know this. The contract is shady. And we are in danger of losing our homes for a stupid cell phone tower. That we don't have a gap in coverage. I have T-Mobile. I know. There's no gap in coverage. We don't want this tower. We were never asked about it. It was just done. Honestly, I prefer not to think that Dan Deviney is the horrible person that it comes up to be. I don't think he was the brains behind the operation. I think he got caught in the middle of something and now this is where he's stuck. But I do believe Gary Boswell has a whole heck of a lot to do with it. And I think he could do some more to help us understand and to get the contract. He says he can't stop it, but he can make an addendum. He said, but only if you guys would ask him. He won't give us an answer. But this is my home we're talking about. I don't care about the man in the suit, the attorney, or anybody else around here. This is my home. My home was built in 1954 by my husband's grandpa. This is my home. I have no place else to go. I can't move in with you. My mom's already moving in with you. So, come on. How many times do we have to do this? We don't want the tower. We didn't ask for it. We don't need it. If the contract works the way it says it does, Assurance Development they can come in and take what they want. They have the first right of refusal to our land. That's crap. I should have the first right of refusal to our land. I've been there all these years. I live there, my family's there, my cousin B is there, my friends are there. Half my life has been at that river club. And we were all together. We were all a big family. Now we're not squat. We're all, we don't even wave anymore. I don't know, I'm buzzing, but it's not the first time I've buzzed, so I'm not worried about it.
You have to wrap it up though, please. Thank you.
Come on, let's stop this again. Mr. Rickman, you've been out to the club. You see how it is. You have seen how we are during floods and stuff. We come together. Let us come back together again. You know, please,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you so much.
Just in case one of you keep a room open.
Jerry Fail? I did, that, Terry Brown, right? Did we get Terry Brown? Sorry. Terry, I apologize. I got a little behind myself.
Hi, my name is Terry. I've lived at the River Club for many, many, many years. I became a member in 1992. I bought my first house out there in 1998, the same year my first child was born. He now owns a home out there himself. We just love it out there. We do not plan on ever going anywhere. However, it looks like this cell phone tower issue is becoming a problem. We no longer feel like the area is our home anymore. It's unfortunate when you come down the street because, as it's been said, no one's friendly anymore. Everyone's looking at, oh, is this the knife in the back? Or, no one wants to wave. No one wants to be friendly or cordial because you're just afraid whose side you're on. Are you on the sour side or are you on the other side? It's the right and the left or the red or the blue. It's just ridiculous. And so, we just kind of want it to be, we didn't vote. The whole point of the River Club is we've always had to vote. We can't even drive a motorcycle in the River Club because we never voted on it. And when we have voted, it's always been voted against. So we didn't get the right to vote on this. If we would have voted and it would have voted for it, then we would have had nothing to complain about. But our members did not get the opportunity to vote. And I think that's what the biggest issue is here. If it would have been given the opportunity and it would have passed, there's nothing we could do or say about it. But our right was stripped from us. Also, it looks like there's a moratorium on the wells and any septic or water to be put there, so they can't have anything. There's no more water or sewage that can be put in that area. So they can do nothing if they needed to add any of that stuff. That's just been brought to our attention. We're all there want the same thing. We wanted to live there. I plan to die there. We talk about the peace and harmony of the River Club. Well, this is not peaceful, and I don't feel very harmonious at this point. This is becoming a real problem for everybody, and so we really hope that you go in our direction, and we just pause it where it is. Let's just squash it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Fail, and then Arlene Lilly Fail is next.
All right, here we go again. But all right, thank you for your time. And actually, Mr. Canepa, I want to touch on a point that you made earlier about it being the right location. It was proven last time that they were here with all these sites, these alternative sites, that they couldn't get a hold of the owners here, or this place wasn't environmentally or accessible or none of that stuff. It's just weird to me that they weren't able to substantiate any of that stuff, and it's just also strange that they haven't considered upgrading some of their own towers that are around with antennas, and it actually would be more cost effective for them to do that than to just go ahead and put in a new tower. But then we throw out the boonies right there. Well, we don't want to do that because it's a floodplain. Or these other places over here that we can't get resources to them. Well, what I have found is when I'm out, I drive a truck and I do neon signs, but mostly when I'm out on Highway 12, there's 3 drawbridges between Highway 5 and Rio Vista. Between the first and second drawbridge, there's no street out there, but up to Brennan Road, there are 3 massive cell towers, and they all go along the delta by the levee. And I'm gonna say, in my estimation, because I cannot safely pull over my semi and get out and take pictures because of the way the corridor is right now, all of these things are about 150 yards away from the levee and all these 3 spots here. But the thing is with them, is they are all built up on scaffolding, all of the equipment out there. Okay, so the only way that you're going to be able to get out there, which was an excuse for not putting it in the boonies, well, it floods. Well, in these particular cases here, you need a boat to get to it. Okay, same thing. There's another one between the second bridge and Fairfield. It's all the way up on the hill, and this thing is massive. Okay, they've gotten resources up to it somehow. There is no way that you're not going to be able to get water or anything else without bringing it up. But what bothers me is they want to put it in the most intrusive part right there at the corner of the River Club for whatever reasons. I don't want to get into my own opinion on that because it doesn't matter, but they have not done their due diligence with looking into other alternatives, because it's been proven also that there's no cap or anything. We don't need this thing here. So with all of that, I just want to leave that with you, and I really sincerely thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Arlene Lillyfeld.
I have copies for each of the Board of Supervisors. There's 5 copies there. Good afternoon, Chairman Paul Canepa and Board of Supervisors. The FCC granted approval to T-Mobile and Starlink partnership to offer direct call satellite service, also known as T-Satellite. T-Mobile officially launched the T-Satellite service on July 23rd, 2025, after a beta period, making it available for use. In researching our area within a 2-mile radius, I discovered, number 1, which is in your packet, Vertical Bridge has a cell tower with Verizon on Durham Ferry Road, about 1.7 miles west of the club. Number 2, a T-Mobile tower is on Greenwood, about 1.7 miles south of the club. And number 3, there is a cell tower on Airport northeast of the club. Number 4, Comcast broadband fiber optics is under the ground running along Airport Durham Ferry Road along the way to Casson Road. Number 5, T-Satellite Starlink is available at our club. I signed up to check, and if Starlink is available in our area with my cell phone provider of 22 years, T-Mobile, and it was confirmed. I also seen on our SJRC Inc. Facebook page that it's available at our campground in our club. To me, the Board of Supervisors have not blocked wireless infrastructure projects. They have allowed many market competition carriers for cell towers and cell antennas in our area. To me, Vertical Bridge can use its cell tower on Durham Ferry Road to place a T-Mobile antenna on the tower where Verizon is an anchor tenant. It is standard practice to share tower infrastructure. It is normal business to practice for competing wireless carriers to co-locate on the same cell tower with a major tower owner like Vertical Bridge, facilitating these arrangements. Any potential constraints or interference, I'm positive will be resolved. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 and subsequent regulations strongly support the placement of new antenna and the resolution of dead zones. Section 332 of the Act generally favors co-location, the practice of sharing tower space to minimize the total number of new towers built. FCC regulations often streamline the process for modification and adding antennas to existing structures, especially within the tower's existing footprint, to speed up the network deployment. The Telecommunications Act strongly favors shared use of infrastructure to reduce dead zones, and T-Mobile Starlink partnership uses this type of antenna placement for network integration. So the placing the T-Mobile antenna onto vertical bridge cell tower is a logical alternative because it is economically feasible and can be done for a fraction of the cost versus building a brand new cell tower. I personally and respectfully commend the Board of Supervisors and their governing of the San Joaquin County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak that hasn't filled out a card yet? Come on up. Do I need a card? No, you're just come up and state your name, please. Take your time.
My name is Debbie Labanek, and I'm a shareholder at the San Joaquin River Club. I have two questions that I'd like to reflect on your board. First of all, how would it reflect on this board to pass a project that is believed to be based on a faulty contract? I mean, if we're presenting evidence that, I know we may have to go to court to fight it, but if you're aware that there may be a faulty contract, how does it reflect on the board to approve that? And my second question is, we reviewed the lack of due diligence in finding sites, and that's been part of the discussion. So what legal system would allow 5 mailed letters to be due diligence for a company like that to find a site? Wouldn't a strong lawyer on your defense be able to defend that? I mean, wouldn't a legal system, I know the laws are the way they are, but maybe we need a little challenge to that law, that maybe 5 certified letters isn't due diligence. So my question is, do you have the strength to take this forward? I mean, how would it look to back out now? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm the notorious Dan Vinny who tried to talk to me. I'm a retired Marine major and a naval aviator. I've been all over the world, been in a lot of places, have been called a lot of things. I haven't been called anything like this in the River Club. I've accused of taking a bribe. I'm accused of well, you heard it, everything up there today. I'm no longer on the board of directors. I was the president when I signed the contract. I signed as the president that same article that you read earlier about what the River Club was formed for. Talks about the president has to sign all contracts and it's co-signed by the secretary. The contract isn't signed overnight. It was brought up, not in contract. The cell tower came up before I was even on the board of directors. Then I became the president, and we worked it for almost 2.5 years before I signed that contract. We took it to our lawyer. Our lawyer perused it and said that he said that the problem was we weren't charging enough, so we charged $300 a month for the cell tower. I signed, it does say owner on it, but I signed as representing the owner as the president and required by the board, by the bylaws. the letter they're talking about with the phone pole. I took the phone pole to make sure it was board's decision that I could sign the contract. I wasn't going to sign it without the board's decision. The board voted unanimously to execute the contract. I wrote that memorandum of the phone pole to put into the minutes that it had actually been voted on by the board of directors, and it was written a couple of days after I had signed the contract. I'm amazed at everything they pull out of the air and try and make it stick on what's going on. Like I told you, the accusations of fraud, the accusations of taking bribes, you might want to bring to your attention that right before I left here today, Facebook post was brought to my attention by Jackie Brown Forbes. It's a long post that describes the conspiracy theory on how many of you guys are conspiring to work this cell tower. There's dozens of people, myself, dozens in the club, and you might want to take a look at the post before you vote on anything, because Council or Mr. Rickman, you're mentioned in it, and Mr. Canepa, you're also mentioned as a co-conspirator. So I'm here to answer questions if you want, but I would spend all afternoon countering what the accusations are.
Thank you. Okay, okay. Come on up and state your name, please.
Hi, my name is Robin Bell White, and I wasn't really going to speak because everyone's pretty much said everything that I would have said. You all probably received my email laying out the conspiracy that he is probably talking about. And it lists the co-conspirators and everyone involved since the beginning of this situation that has been forced upon us. Everyone wants to talk about the cell tower, but I think we all know what this really is about. Is they want T-Mobile, Assurance Development, Barclays Bank, they all want our land. They've wanted this property for a long, long time. And that's what it's about, because obviously T-Mobile does not need another cell tower in our area. So, all of us that have been out there, I've lived at the River Club for 13 and a half years now. I'm a shareholder. I served 1 year on the board of directors when this whole situation fell into my lap. I stepped down after a year because I could no longer abide by the corruption and the scheming and the lies that I was seeing surrounding this situation with the cell tower. People keep quoting the Telecommunications Act of 1996. That is still being litigated because the FCC has not updated its safety guidelines since 1996. So any of these applications for permits using, using those guidelines is almost 30 years out of date. That was before we even had 1G. And now we're up to 5 and 6G. And the amount of energy coming off of these towers is 100 to 1,000 times more than it was in 1996. So these towers are emitting, millimeter microwave energy. Millimeter microwave, we all know what happens with microwaves. That goes toward the gamma end of the electromagnetic spectrum. This is scary, and they want to put it on a corner of our property within 130 feet of the nearest homes. Can you imagine what's going to happen to people, especially with, like Dan has a pacemaker, people with pacemakers, people with electronic equipment that they need for their very survival are going to be affected by this. T-Mobile's own, Vertical Bridge's own photos show acres and acres of open land, and we're the one small rural residential area. You know, this is elderly, this is handicapped people, these are indigent, low-income people that cannot afford to go anywhere else. This whole thing is, if it is approved, I can tell you right now that this is bigger. Like Mr. Rickman said, it is bigger than the San Joaquin River Club. And it is going to be litigated up the chain, because it's not just about the River Club. It's about T-Mobile wanting the monopoly on telecommunications industry, not just here, but globally. And it needs to stop here. And we would appreciate you denying this permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Since Dan kind of called me out there.
No, I'm sorry, ma'am. Yeah, I'm sorry, ma'am. You could have one attempt. So, I understand. Any other speakers? You've already, yeah, you only have one chance. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm just hoping that each one of you will read my letter because it shows.
Okay, we're gonna bring it back to the board. Is anybody else that hasn't already spoke? Want to come forward? Okay. I'm gonna close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And first of all, the co-conspirator thing, I haven't heard that, but, unfortunately, when you're in the position that we are in, or an elected official, or somebody in the public eye, you do get beat up a lot. And, it comes with the job. Hey, if my time as a peace officer, I've been called less than nice things and before. And I can tell you all here today, the decisions that we make up here, we do it with the best of intention, with the information that we have. And of course, we all don't think alike up here. I don't think anybody wants 5 individuals, or depending on your board, who all think alike or like robots. We're humans, and we have our own opinions. So with that being said, I know this is a very emotional topic, and it's unfortunate, you see the emotion in this room and at the River Club, and hopefully whatever this decision may be, that you guys, can reconcile in some way. But, the great thing about the form of government we have here, like today, is, both sides get to come up here and give us their opinions. And, peaceful debate, win or lose, this is, our system. And, to be honest with you, this isn't the end at all. Depending how, what this vote, which way it goes, if we vote to approve, it's going to court. And that's why we're here today. I can guarantee you it's going to go to court, and it's going to be up to some judge to dictate, right? And, some of the things that you folks were saying today, and I just want to be very clear, this isn't the county, dictating, where these cell towers go, all right? It's the Telecommunications Act, it's, a federal law. I have the whole entire code. Look how long the thing is. 47 USC 332 mobile services. It's like 3 pages long. And so it's not our doing, it's, it's just, what our opinions are. And, and you heard, I'm not going to get into detail as much as I did last time, because most of you that were here, and you can watch the video. But I think there is some question of fact as to the least intrusive options, or as I explained last time, or the no alternative technology. It is a 30-year-old law, but again, it's, the federal side. One thing that I would recommend you folks talk to is, your representative, I believe is Adam Gray, your congressman. That's one person that you can talk to. And, I mean, you want to change this law, so then that's how you do it. But with that being said, again, thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it.
Any other questions, comments? I just had, Supervisor Garcia.
Yeah, so. We're often in a position to make really tough decisions, and our job is to, the decision was made to block that cell tower in the past. But our job is to follow the law, and we don't always agree with the laws. Since that decision was made, we have received legal advice that we didn't follow the law. And so, is our attorney still here to maybe clarify? No? He had to leave. Unfortunately, I don't really think this is our fight. This is a federal law that really I don't think we have jurisdiction over. And so this is a very tough decision, and it's, I feel for the River Club, and I hope moving forward that your fight, you're successful.
Thank you. I too, I don't know what happened, but they said that I was married by marriage related to somebody. I must have missed a wedding because I don't know who that person is or who they're married to. So I don't know if it's a coattail relative. I'm up here, I make decisions. I've been on the Lincoln Unified School Board, I've been on the Stockton City Council, and unfortunately I voted to allow it the first time because I know that the David in the room, it's the David and Goliath kind of thing that you have, and unfortunately they by law have the rights to do it. So that's why I have one. I live by Lincoln High School, I drive by one every day. Is it my favorite thing to see? No, but it's on Lincoln Road on Lincoln High School property. So I too am, get those same radio waves. I have a 2-story house. I'm right there with y'all. So unfortunately, this by us, I have to protect the interests of the county. And so I will have to vote the same way that I voted originally because unfortunately, the law, the federal law outweighs what we can do here as a county. So, I mean, unfortunately, civilly, what you guys do at your own board and how that was taken obviously is one issue. The location of it and the height of it is another issue, whether they could put it on water. I mean, those are things that make a lot of sense to me because I'm kind of one of those people that doesn't make a decision until I get here. So I kind of am a little offensive that somebody is saying that I'm on some conspiracy, but that's fine. I mean, I understand that. But I do care about my community, and I care about all of you, and kidding aside about having you come live with me, I take my job very seriously, and unfortunately, as a board member, I have to protect San Joaquin County. So I will keep my vote the way that it was originally, and then you guys will have to go and figure out who sues what on the board. There's lots of red flags, and I wish I was able to be. We're quasi-judicial here, and it's basically a permit allowing them to put a tower. We have to trust their judgment. We have to trust what they've done. And for us to do it, I can't use the county resources to fight a fight for the River Club. So I apologize. Even if it was in my district, I have to make choices, and the choices are to protect the county, and I apologize for that. Any other questions? I hope I explained myself as well, and as humanly as possible, and humanely as possible. So I too won't be changing my vote, so I will be allowing it, and then you guys will probably have to go forward, right? I mean, I don't know if we can even recommend the next step because it is a use permit, correct? No, council, I'm just saying council, I mean,
I'm sorry, what is the question?
As far as what the next steps, if they had problems with how we voted, I mean, the appeal process to do what
Yeah, this is the end of the line at the county level. Obviously, people can go to court and challenge the issuance of the use permit. Similarly, to the extent that they think there was something illegitimate about the contract between Vertical Bridge and the River Club, that's something they can bring up in court as well. They can bring a CEQA challenge if they wish. But that's all at the state court level. This is the end of the line in terms of with the county process.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a motion to reverse the denial is what we're looking for, right? From the county side of it, to reverse. I'm sorry, let me.
That's okay. Through the chair, the recommendation would be to approve the appeal, therefore approving the project.
Okay, so I'll need a motion to approve the appeal. I motion to approve the appeal. Have a second? I have a motion and a second.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Vice Chair Dollywall, call for the vote. The vote is 4-1 in favor of allowing the permit to go through.
Thank you, Robert. This is bigger than the River Club guy. Now we just need to recall Gary Boswell.
None. Okay. Okay, we're.
That was so painful. 20 speakers.
Okay. Sorry, I lost my notes. Apologize. Okay. Going back to discussion. For general services, number 3, adopt a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of a facility sublease for the San Joaquin County Detention and Program Facility. Shelley Thies from Capital Projects Administrator and Efrain Lopez, Capital Projects Supervisor. Oh, no, sorry. Dan Wirtz, you guys have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chairman Canepa, board members, County Council, County Administrator Regalo, Dan Wirtz, General Services Director, and with me is Shelley Thies, our Capital Projects Administrator. And here this afternoon, we're here to give an update, ask you to adopt a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of the facility sublease for the San Joaquin County Detention and Programs Facility, as well as provide a little update of the program. So the project was to build 256 bed facility, which is 49,000 square feet on 6 acres out at the Sheriff's Office. It consists of 4 medium security pods with 64 beds in dormitory style setting to support efficient supervision, and each pod includes a day room and access to the outdoor rec yard. The central core provides programming areas, medical clinics, support functions, and central control and security operations for the sheriff's staff. And additionally, we were able to add a mental health unit for 12 persons, a single-story facility that includes a day room, an interview room, program space, exercise area, and support space. And it's designed to help address those inmates who have mental health challenges. A little more of the background. So back in June of 2012, Senate Bill 1022 became state law. In September 10th of 2013, the board accepted the Criminal Justice Strategies Report proposal requesting state adult local criminal facility construction program, or SB 1022 funding, to replace the Honor Farms barracks. On October 8th of 2013, The board authorizes submission of proposal to the Board of State and Community Corrections for SB 1022 in the amount of $40 million. In February of 2016, the BSCC approved a partial conditional award of $32.3 million. In February of 2017, the board approved proceeding with a reduced project scope. And on December 12th of 2017, the board approved an agreement with Lionakis Inc. for the program development and design, construction bid documents, and procurement assistance. In August of 2019, the BSCC notified San Joaquin County of the opportunity to receive an additional $4.1 million and reverted funding to augment the scope of the project. In October of 2019, the board accepted the additional $4.1 million. In January of 2023, the board approved plans and specifications for the project. In May of 2023, the board awarded a contract to Ballard Builders for $37.6 million. They also approved a financing plan of cash and in-kind match for the project. Construction began on June 19th of 2023, and on September 17th of 2025, we received the temporary certificate of occupancy, was granted by the Office of the State Fire Marshal. And here's some pictures of the facility today, one from the outside, and then one of the example of the 4 dormitories look like. This is the outdoor rec yard and the medical housing unit. The project budget consisted of construction costs of $37.6 million, project contingency, soft costs, for a total project budget of $49.5 million. To date, we have spent the following: $32 million of the $37.6 in construction, approximately $1 million of the contingency, $700,000 in soft costs, for a total of $41 million. The financing plan, which we received $36.5 million from the state lease revenue bonds. The county has cash match and in-kind match totaling $13 million for the total project budget of the $49.5 million.
Clarification on the soft cost, you said 700, it was 7 million on the last one, just so people that are possibly listening and not.
Total soft costs, approximately $7 million in soft costs have been spent.
Thank you, just for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the project was funded with lease revenue bonds from the state. So SB 1022 in 2012 authorized $500 million in lease revenue bond financing for local adult criminal justice facilities. San Joaquin County secured $36.5 million in state funding for the detention program facility. The bonds were issued by the State Public Works Board. Principal and interest are paid through rental payments from the Board of State and Community Corrections. And the county and the Board of State Community Corrections must execute a facility sublease upon bond issuance when the county continues to remain to have ownership of the facility, and nothing is affected by that. The county must operate the facility per the sublease agreement until the bonds are repaid, which could be approximately 30 years or until the state calls those bonds. In this bond issuance, there are 3 other counties that are participating: Napa County, Yuba County, as well as Placer County, that also constructed jail facilities. The facility sublease agreement, the next steps: the Board of Supervisors adopts this resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of a facility sublease for the San Joaquin County Detention and Program Facility. The county executes of a sublease consistent with SB 1022 award and requirements. In October of 2025, the state board will issue the final version of the agreement for the county for signatures per section 26 of the sublease. And the state will execute all the bond documents and send the county the full executive agreement to be recorded per section 27. Some additional highlights for the project completion: the Office of State Fire Marshal, again, he gave the temporary certificate of occupancy on September 17th. Full certificate of occupancy is anticipated to receive by October 17th. Substantial completion, we believe, will happen by the end of this month. There's a ribbon cutting ceremony scheduled for October 27th at 1 p.m. at the Sheriff's Department. And the facility should be staffed and operational by early November. So our recommendations before the board today, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve as to form a facility sublease by and between the Board of State Community Corrections and the County of San Joaquin for the San Joaquin County Detention and Program Facility, and authorize and direct County Counsel and the Director of General Services to execute the facility sublease with the Board of State Community Corrections and process the executed facility sublease with Stradling, Yoka, Carlson, and Routh, and the assessor, and then record it with the assessor clerk recorder. And staff's available for any questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Garcia.
On the projected budget and actual costs, what happens to that balance?
If there's any money left over, we still haven't finished paying all the costs for the facility because it hasn't finished construction. Any of the general fund or in-kind matching dollars will fall back to the county. And if there's any state dollars that are unspent, then those would stay with the county. We wouldn't be drawing down those funds. We're not granted all the money up front. We draw down based on costs incurred for the construction through the state.
Is it anticipated to have a balance or to go over cost?
It's anticipated to come in under budget.
All right. Thank you.
So then, to piggyback on that, so then the financed amount stays the same?
I have to check I'd have to 100% check the details of what we're billing for what we're getting is, let me just back up. The amount that we receive from the state is for construction costs.
Okay.
So if the construction costs, if we're able to bill for the construction costs up to the maximum amount of that to our contractor, Brower Builders, then we would be able to be reimbursed all of that from the state.
Okay. Perfect. It's a very nice project. So basically, we're just asking to be able to use it until we pay for it.
Correct. Yeah. We have to continue to staff and use the facility until the state, who their financing mechanism is putting those bonds out for the public to purchase. That's how they get their money to then, that's how we were ultimately paid through those funds.
Perfect. Any other question? Another question? Supervisor Dean? Motion to accept the motion by Supervisor Garcia,
I'll second it.
second by Vice Chair Dollywall. Call for the vote to approve the lease amendment.
Say yes.
Yes.
Did you make the motion?
Actually, I was listening to it in the back, so no. We have a speaker in the back.
Do we need,
You want to hear the motion again, or you good?
I heard it in the room.
motion passes 5-0. All right. ROV. Next up is accept a presentation by the Register of Voters providing an update on the November 4th, 2025 statewide special election in San Joaquin County. Olivia Hale, you have the floor.
Today, I will be providing an update. Well, Olivia Hale, Registrar of Voters, San Joaquin County. Okay. Today's update will provide an overview of our preparations, operations, costs, and statutory requirements for the upcoming November 4th, 2025 statewide special election. I will also outline our contingency planning for the 2026 redistricting should Proposition 50 pass. Before I get started, I'd like to share a few exciting things with you as the board. First, I want to express my true gratitude to the ROV team. They are an incredible team, always demonstrating outstanding integrity and resilience to get the job done. I'm truly honored to lead such an amazing team. I've watched them work seamlessly in preparation for this election in just 33 short days. Nothing short of miracles and magic. We are currently staffed with every single full-time position with a 0% vacancy rate as of yesterday. Additionally, we were able to reach out to the Election Advisory Committee members. 8 members will be working or observing during the special election. Their participation is invaluable and will allow for robust conversations when we are out of election mode and able to hold the next meeting. So a little bit of update on the voter rolls. As of now, San Joaquin County has 401,507 active registered voters, an increase from 378,657 since the 2024 general election, according to our statement of the vote. Currently, there are also 43,610 inactive voters, a decrease from 52,419 in 2024. A voter may be placed in inactive status for several reasons, including death notifications, felony convictions, court-ordered conservatorships, national change of address updates, or failure to vote in 2 consecutive federal general elections. Records due for cancellation now follow the new 15-day pre-cancellation letter process. This was effective July 1st, 2025. This provides notice before cancellation in line with recent California law. If a voter believes the notice is in error, they have 15 days to contact us to correct the record. It is important to note that inactive voters are not yet canceled and can still participate in elections. However, they do not receive a vote-by-mail ballot and must vote in person until their status is resolved. Dropbox locations. We will operate drop boxes in all cities, We will operate drop boxes in all cities with coverage in rural communities as well. Stockton will have the largest amount with 8 boxes, followed by Tracy, Manteca, and Lodi. Smaller communities such as Clements, Lockford, and Farmington will each have at least 1. This balanced approach ensures fair access for both urban and rural voters. There are no changes from the 2024 general election. Any adjustments will be presented in January 2026. All drop boxes will again be monitored by EarthCam.
Go back to the previous slide. I don't see any in French Camp.
There's not one located in French Camp. It's actually across the freeway at Taft Community Center off of Downing. So it's not too far from the French Camp area.
Is there time to have one there? Take one of these.
Through the chairman, I do have an extra box, but we have printed materials already. I mean, anything is possible if this board so gives us direction to do so, but I would recommend that we do that for the June election if that's something we want to discuss.
Because
I'll put one on your front porch.
you know, I'll speak for myself that, you know, the intent is to encourage participation, not discourage, and sometimes, you know, people can say it's too far, forget it. So I don't know if my colleagues can add one, I think that'd be helpful.
And through the chair, Supervisor Dhaliwal, we do have the French Camp Post Office that is out there, and we did put boxes in the South Stockton area, which is very close, which is something that we did in the last election cycle, but I'm happy to revisit that. I will say that it may present some challenges to do it before this special election, which is, we are opening drop boxes on October 6th, so when I finish the presentation and give you the dates, maybe we can discuss a little further?
That's fine.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. I was shocked to be at the Sheriff's Ball and saw a drop box at the Diageo at a private winery, and just to hear that we don't have access to French Camp is kind of mind-boggling to me.
You can have it. All right, go ahead and finish, and then we'll get to those when we.
Absolutely.
Thank
Well, through the chair, if it's okay to address that.
Yeah.
Lodi City Hall had some challenges with putting one there, and so in order to service Lodi the best we could, the idea is that box is for the Campo area, and it was us trying to get boxes as close as we could, and then we have the one at Lodi Grape. So that's what the thought was there. I do agree that there's some adjustments that should be made. I just don't know that we can do those right this moment, and maybe in January when I come back, I can get everyone's ideas and we can have a conversation about it. All right. Dropbox cameras. We partnered with EarthCam again to provide 24-hour live streaming accessible on the county's website. The system uses analytics to flag unusual activity, and all cameras are mounted in heavy-duty weather-resistant housings. I'd also like to note that the sheriff's office will have access to that dashboard to keep an eye on the cameras, or on the boxes as well. The total implementation is $229,435, which includes installation, streaming, software, and data retention. This expense was part of the cost submitted to the state and is fully covered by that state funding. Polling location operations. We will have 128 in-person polling places and 112 mail ballot precincts. Each mail ballot precinct is 250 or fewer voters. For comparison, the 2024 presidential general election had 171 polling locations, 101 mail ballot precincts, and 106 different ballot types. For this election, there will only be one ballot type. All voters are welcome to vote in person at their nearest location. They can drop off their vote by mail ballot, or they can even use their vote by mail ballot to vote at the polling place by signing into the poll pad, utilizing our sign, scan, and go model. There is no wrong location. Ballots are printed on demand at any site, and any precinct's ballot can be scanned at any polling place. This system greatly reduces the need for provisional ballots and mirrors what we did in 2024. Election officer training. Our program builds on the enhanced training from the 2024 general election, which was tested and approved by the 24-25 grand jury. The in-depth training videos are available as of yesterday, September 22nd. These cover expanded scenarios such as same-day registration and provisional ballot handling. Hands-on training will take place at the San Joaquin County Agricultural Center from October 2nd through October 31st. We will host 78 classes total, with each class accommodating 15 to 20 attendees. In all, we will train over 900 workers. Key election dates. Between September 15th and 20th, all military and overseas ballots were mailed. During our quality assurance check during our main VBM mailing, we found that the ballot package did not include a sample ballot, which is required by law. The vendor acknowledged their error and agreed to correct it. All voters will receive a supplemental voter information guide with a sample ballot inside. These will be mailed on September 25th. Official ballots will mail beginning September 30th, ensuring voters have the VIG before their ballot arrives. The vendor is covering the full cost of this additional mailing. Voters will receive both the standalone VIG mailer and an insert of the VIG in their official ballot package. The VIG included with the official ballot will not contain a sample ballot. On October 6th is the last day for vote-by-mail ballots to be mailed. Early voting begins at the Registrar of Voters' office as well on that day. October 20th is the last day to register to vote. Conditional voter registration will become available October 21st through Election Day. Election Day, November 4th, polls will open at 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. Ballots must be postmarked by this date. December 2nd is the canvass deadline. Results must be certified under SB 280 at E+28, similar to the 2024 general election. And to clarify, that means, again, we're not able to, we have to take cure letters up until the 26th day, and so we won't be able to certify until December 2nd. December 9th, the certified results will be presented to this board for acceptance.
On that, is that the right date on that one? It says November 5th. On the PowerPoint.
It does. I'm so sorry about that. It should
All right.
say November 4th. My apologies.
Gotcha.
All right, state funding. The estimated county cost for this election is $4,247,235. Under Senate Bill 280, the state will provide full reimbursement. On September 5th, the Department of Finance instructed the state controller to release these funds. Once those funds are received, the Registrar of Voters will return to this board for appropriations. Any residual funds will roll over to help offset the cost of the June 2026 primary election as required by SB 280. Preparation for June 2026 if Prop 50 passes. If ACA 8 Prop 50 passes, AB 604 requires new congressional districts to take effect for the June 2nd, 2026 primary election. The Secretary of State has already provided district equivalency files and shape files. We are pre-building these new districts in a non-production environment. If Prop 50 passes, we will be able to activate the districts, upload them to the VoteCal portal, and verify their accuracy well before the June election, which is very important because the SIGs and lieu period for seats that requires nomination signatures actually opens now on December 19th. So it's going to be very important that on December 2nd, once we've certified the election, that we can be up and ready to go by December 19th. This preparation ensures there will be no delay in implementing the new district lines. One little tidbit I'd like to share for Supervisor Ding, if that's okay. We were able to redesign the ballot, so when you pull it out of the package, it says vote in person, sign, scan, and go, so it has that information that we had talked about prior, so we were able to make that little adjustment for this election. And outside of that, I'm available for any questions that the board may have.
Olivia, is there a polling station in French Camp?
There is, I believe it's French Camp McKinley Fire.
Okay.
Yes.
And then people can drop their ballots there also?
Absolutely.
So the polling station plus the post office?
Absolutely. And then we can revisit the request for the drop box for June if you would like.
Thank you. That's all, sir.
Supervisor Garcia.
I just got a question on the cameras. Who monitors those cameras?
So we actually monitor them. I have our IT staff. We have 3 internal IT staff in ROV that monitor it, but we also give the sheriff full access. And then, to be very honest, I monitor them myself from my phone during election time just to keep an eye on things. And then it gives us alerts, so we could program it to our cell phone, to my county cell phone. So myself, my assistant director, and my IT team. So if there is something that the analytics pick up, it actually alerts us. That's how we were able to determine the issue that had happened with the Kennedy Center location. We've worked with the appropriate folks in the county, and that camera will once again be mounted on the roof, so we don't have to worry about any vandalism or anything with that camera.
Who from the community monitors those cameras? Do they have access to that?
They have full access. It's available on our website, and you can click the link and watch it in live time at any moment if you'd like, 24 hours a day.
And my only question is, do we record that and keep that for future?
Absolutely. You can actually go back and watch the 2024 general election as we speak. It's available on our website.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Is there a way we can get more drop box locations in District 4? Oh, no. I'm just joking.
Trying to get me in trouble? No.
No, I just want to see if Steve's paying attention.
The extra 12 we have, right?
Just real quick. I know I just opened up a can of worms. The budget overview for the cameras at $229,000. That's incorporated into the funding that we'll be getting from the
Absolutely.
state. Only thing I would ask is make sure we keep adequate tabs on how much this is actually costing us.
Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
it. So thank you. Hey, I know you guys up for a tough challenge ahead. I mean, my God, the turnaround on this, you guys usually have 2 years to prepare for election. You have 6 months or?
They called it 74 days before Election Day, so we had less than 3 months to prepare.
Yeah, which is unheard of. So to you and your team, kudos. I mean, thank you guys for stepping up. And I mean, it's ridiculous that 74 days and you got to put on an election, but you guys are up to the challenge. So thank you.
They've already staffed all 128 locations. It's impressive to watch our team work and how they're collaborating. It's great. So if you guys want to come down and check out their hard work, they're not only doing a really good job, they're also being very mindful of overtime, which is nice to see. We're trying to ensure that there's not burnout and that we're not, we got a marathon ahead of us. We have 2 elections next year. And so it's been really important to see that balance, and they're doing an amazing job.
So thank you to you and your team.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's like a fire drill. Right? Get it done. So no, thank you for that. And the other thing, I mean, one of the things, and I know there's lots of negatives to it, but I mean, that money to pay the labor to the folks that are going to be working in the community is actually putting money back into our community. I know it's, hard. It's like $2 million, right, is the labor cost. So, I mean, that's local folks that are going to be working on election day, manning polls, right? So, one of the positives that is coming out of this, hopefully it multiplies in our local economy and people make, use that resourcefully. So thank you for your presentation. Do we need to accept it, or is this just an informational item? or do we have? I'm sorry, I should pay. Let's see what we got.
Through the chair, I think it's just accepting the presentation.
Okay. I'm game for accepting the presentation. Do we need to vote on it, or?
It does not appear that there's a vote needed for this item.
Okay.
It's just received.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
Have a good afternoon.
Appreciate you. Last but not least, San Joaquin General Hospital, retroactively approve and authorize amendments to Cerner Corporation Master Services Agreement for Electronic Health Record Services through January 31st, 2033, increasing the not to exceed from 51,868, 110 to 55,395, 583.
Am I on?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair Canepa.
You only get an hour and 40 minutes
I-
like yesterday,
it's
so.
going to go a lot longer than that. I have all of the people coming. First and foremost, thank you, Chair Canepa, members of the board, CAO Regala. I want to compliment you all on your care for French Camp, and I certainly support everything you say there. So, and for all of you from the previous meeting, if you do have an extra room, I could use one as well. I just wanted to call that out. So I'm going to let Ken explain this to it. This is really an ongoing cost for us from a computer perspective. IT systems are probably one of the most important things in the hospital. This is not a cost overrun. This is not irresponsible spending. This was more of an administrative failure to request this in advance. I think that's how you can explain it to me.
Yep.
Ken is our IT director. Behind me, I have Sam Harlan, probably the best CFO that I've ever worked with. So they're here to support, and Ken's going to tell you the story.
All right. Thank you. Chair Canepa, members of the board, Administrator Regaldo, Chief Counselor Kiernan, and Clerk to Board. My name is Ken Hoach, Assistant ISD Director and Chief Information Officer for San Joaquin General Hospital. Before you is a board letter asking for some retroactive approval of some monies that were spent and implemented, along with a requesting of funds for this upcoming fiscal year. I thought I'd provide a little more context and overview for some of you that are newer to understand for the background that we've had with Cerner. So I'll run through that real quick. I do not have a presentation. I apologize for that. But in November of 2015, the Board of Supervisors approved a contract with Cerner for 7 years at $37.3 million. Prior to that, we had no electronic health record, a different mix of different systems that we had. This brought everything together, and this is an all-inclusive system from registration, contract management, all the way to patient billing, all clinical care in between. In January of 2021, the board approved a 10-year extension from the original agreement, extending that term out to January of 2033 at a not-to-exceed amount of $51.2 million. When the board approved that 10-year extension in January of 2021, this was at a not-to-exceed amount of $55,175,010. At that point in time, anytime that the hospital requested or needed to purchase any equipment, software, services, licensing for Sutter, it required Board of Supervisors approval. However, between January 5th of 2021 and June 30th of 2025, the hospital has procured or contracted for an additional $3.5 million of additional goods and services through January of 2033. Of that, almost $3.5 million, only $693,000 was brought before the board for approval. The remaining $2.8 million was procured and implemented without prior board approval. Some of the larger items that we implemented over the last 5 years, one of them was the $1.2 million for the Experian product, which allows our registration staff to check patient eligibility for insurance, find them insurance, figure out how they can pay for it. This was brought before the board, but unfortunately, only $300,000 was requested instead of the actual $1.2 million that the contract was signed for. Some additional items that were purchased or procured before that was $650,000 for computerized assisted coding, which allows our HIM staff to use artificial intelligence tools and techniques to properly code the bills before they go out. Multiple other implementations, all requiring Cerner purchase services. We partner also with behavioral health, public health and SJ Health. They also are users of our Cerner system, recently adding in the last 2 years the public health as a clinic. There's been a multitude of interfaces, regulation changes, and all of that again requires a Cerner. So we are here to specifically request for your retroactive approval for the $2,800,142.49 that was contracted of goods and services from between January 5th of 2021 through January 30th of 2025. And then also request your approval for an additional spending of $727,330.92 for spending from July 1 through 2025 through June 30th of 2026. All of these are net new purchases, and none of this is kind of continuing on existing subscription services. That result, again, will increase the not-to-exceed amount from that $51 million that Mr. Chair Canepa quoted to the $55,395,583. What we are what we have discussed and what we plan on or have done since this time is we've met with all departments that will require Cerner services, including HCS, SJ Health, and behavioral health, to ensure that all requests for Cerner services must go through me for approval prior to purchasing, and all requests are then planned for and budgeted for in advance. So there will be no more retroactive approvals for Cerner services going forward, and all purchases exceeding the $55,395,583 will be brought before the board in advance.
I want to call out because I think it's really important that we made a lot of these changes from a revenue cycle perspective. Prior to the Common Spirit MSA, our typical collections were somewhere around $17 million a month. We're now averaging well over $26 million a month, or well over $25 million a month. And so you can see that there's huge upside to making sure, as they talked about, eligibility requirements, insurance verification, all that stuff has been instrumental to the revenue cycle, which has been the biggest change that has made the hospital go from a negative financial picture to a positive financial picture. So we apologize that we missed some board letters. That's really how it was explained to me. And we'll make sure in the future that we are much more efficient and accurate in getting pre-approval. We don't like to do retroactive. I'm sure you guys don't like to see it as well, but understand that these were for really good things that have made a really big difference.
Supervisor Ding was wondering why you're sitting here for $4,000, because that's what it looks like on here. So that's it.
On my sheet, it looked like you were going from 54,000 to 55,000. I'm like, I'll just write you the check for 3,000. Why are? Yeah.
Well, we can use that extra 4,000 to get you a
I need new glasses. If you can, through the hospital, get me some new glasses so I can see millions.
That's good.
He's going to buy you a ballot box also. This helps on the coding issues, because I know that was kind of a big issue. Does this kind of?
We have made there's been a lot of significant changes that we're really proud of from a hospital perspective. Our quality's better. We still have opportunities to be even better than we were. But the one big change that has really affected financially is the revenue cycle team and the revenue cycle investments that we've made. It shouldn't be this difficult. In most businesses, you provide a service, you provide a bill, and they pay you the amount of the bill. In the hospital, it's not like that at all. You got to get authorization, you got to code, you got to do it correctly. And I'll just give you the one example. We have made a concentrated effort to make sure that our physicians understand the financial aspects of the hospital and the need for them to code appropriately. And the example that I use for you guys all the time is pneumonia versus sepsis. $6,000, $20,000. There's almost zero pneumonia that didn't have a sepsis, didn't have an infectious reason. And so just by coding that properly, every pneumonia now is typically a sepsis, and that's why we've made the changes that we've made. It's not upcoding, it's not inappropriate, it's coding for the work that we've done, and we've done a full court press on that from the physician's perspective to all of our case managers to our admission team. the biggest change in the hospital is definitely revenue cycle. And we have people like Ken and people like Sam to thank for the significant improvements that we've seen.
And it's nice to see that we're keeping our eyes on it, because I think that's where a lot of the losses were, is uncollected revenue that you have possibly. So thank you for doing that. And this is, yes, this is actionable. Oh, so sorry, Vice Chair Dollywell.
Thank you, sir. Let me ask you if I heard you correctly. You mentioned $727,330.92, right?
Yes, sir.
County Council, on the staff report under fiscal impact, it says $7,227,331. So what happens to the extra 8 cents? I mean, if.
We're gonna open a new wing.
No, no, I know. The reason I'm asking, if that money gonna be deposited back and it's gonna cost us, $300-400 extra to follow the process, then we can change it in the motion when we make. Can you clarify that, please? If we end up approving more than what is required.
So just so I understand, we've got a board order. So the board, what would you propose be changed on the board order? Because I'm not following, I'm trying to go through the math myself, and I don't have a calculator, unfortunately. My phone died a week.
Check it under the fiscal impact. We are approving 8 cents more than what the staff mentioned. So what happens to that 8 cents? It's not significant, but if it's going to cost us money to correct this, might as well correct it now.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, please.
So just to make sure I understand, Vice Chair. So 727,331 is 8 cents more?
Yes.
Okay, so the hospital will pay the actuals, and so you won't be out, you're just approving up to, and that's just a rounding issue? So
it won't cost us any extra money?
No.
Okay, then that's fine.
As long as we're delving into pennies and dollars, I don't have a calculator because my phone died, and that's what I used to use as a calculator.
I don't have calculator either, but my math was good.
Yeah, my math's not as good. But I did note if the total of $3,527,474 is when I add the two numbers, $2,800,143 plus $727,331,
Yes.
I come up with $1 more than what is being requested.
But I'm talking about the 700 figure.
Yeah.
I do have,
I have a feeling there was some rounding somewhere, which.
it is.
That's why,
So we are okay.
yeah.
We have the
I noticed a
places-
$1 difference, you wanted 8 cents difference. But I think we're okay. It sounds like the CAO is telling us.
I think Sandy got it handled.
Yeah.
We can give Rick a
She's
raise.
she's a
We
real
can give Rick
numbers
a raise
person.
with
Thank you.
the 8 cents.
Rick got the raise.
All right, we need a motion? You're gonna motion after all that?
I'll motion.
All right.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Madam Clerk, call for the vote, please. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
I just wanted to state that, and I don't know if I could speak for the whole board, we attended outreach last week in Washington DC on behalf of SJAFCA and as a board to go and try to legislate for some more money for not only flood projects, but airport projects, and everybody went, and we had some great meetings with congressmen and senators and Army Corps, and the list goes on and on. So we're trying to bring back some more money for San Joaquin County to get projects that have been promised by the federal government to the finish line. So thank you for that. At that, I will call for a motion to adjourn. Okay, adjourned.